Chapter 3650. The washing pond was about to open. What is the washing pool? This was a great fortune for worldly realm martial artists. It could provide them with an astonishing amount of energy and help them evolve. Every celestial body had a dust washing pond. The difference was that the higher the grade of the celestial body, the better the effect of the dust washing pond. However, the effect of the heavenly sea planet's dust washing pond this time was definitely not weaker than that of the other planets. Why this was because the great star washing pond only opened once every 10 years to accumulate energy. But how long had the heavenly ocean star's washing pond been accumulating energy this time? Over 2,000 years. 2,000 years can't even compare to 10 years of savings. Of course, not everyone could enter the cleansing pool. First, one had to reach the secret-seeking realm. Otherwise, if the boundless energy surged into the body would not be able to withstand it and would explode. Even if one managed to step into the secret-seeking realm, one would still have to earn the right to enter the secret-seeking realm with one's own strength. After all, the energy in the cleansing pool was limited. Once there were too many people, no one would be able to get much. Chen Fengyan had come into being a long time ago and had been plotting for many years. One only needed to look at why he built the imperial capital here to know that he already had a plan in mind. Hence, a good thing like the cleansing pool was naturally under Chen Fengyan's control. After all, he was the crown prince of this planet, so what did he not know? However, one of the 10 spots had already been allocated to Ling Han. No one was unconvinced. Ling Han's strength was obtained through fighting, and it was publicly acknowledged. Thus, everyone targeted the remaining 9 spots and started a martial arts competition. The competition lasted for 7 days. Just as the top 9 were about to be decided, another shocking news came out. The 4 spirit transformation true monarchs joined hands and asked Chen Fengyan to leave 2 spots for each of them. The washing pool could only hold 10 people. Now that 8 of the 4 true monarchs were gone, there were only 2 left for Xianbei country. Of course, the crowd was not convinced. This was the wealth of Xianbei country. Why should they share it? However, none of them could interrupt. Only perfected Lord Spirit Transformation had the right to make the decision. Ling Han did not know what Chen Fengyan and the others had discussed. In short, the 5 perfected monarchs had reached a consensus to settle the matter with a battle. The most important thing for a martial artist was, of course, strength. It was normal to determine one's rank based on strength. However, the problem was that the people fighting this time were not Chen Fengyan's group, but the secret realm. Chen Fengyan spread the word that if anyone wanted to enter the dust cleansing pool, they just had to defeat Ling Han. Defeating him once would allow 1 person to enter, and defeating him 10 times would allow 10 people to enter. When Ling Han found out about this, he naturally didn't care. He was invincible among his peers, so he could do whatever he wanted. Since Chen Fengyan had laid down the rules, the 4 true sovereigns had no choice but to accept. This was because Chen Fengyan had said that the washing dust pool would only be given to the most outstanding of youths. If they couldn't even defeat Ling Han, it would be a waste to enter. Ling Han was depressed. He was supposed to be invincible in the mystic-seeking realm. Why did it seem like he had become the benchmark of strength? Is there really a secret realm in this world that can defeat him? Not to mention defeat, was there anyone who could fight to a draw? However, he was standing on the opposite side of the 4 perfected cultivators. Moreover, he was Chen Fengyan's official, so he had to stand up for him. Soon, the 4 perfected cultivators each sent 10 young geniuses to the imperial capital. They were all from the secret-seeking realm. Ling Han was a little surprised that there were so many geniuses from the secret-seeking realm. He didn't believe that it was a coincidence that no one had entered the immortal path before Wan Zipping arrived. They must have deliberately suppressed their cultivation to wait for the opportunity of the washing dust pool. The 4 powerful cultivators had been locked up on Heavenly Sea Planet for more than 2,000 years. They must have a good understanding of the planet. Let's fight, who's afraid of who? 3 days later, the battle began with countless spectators. Ling Han jumped onto the arena and said, there's no need to fight one by one. Come on up, I'm in a hurry. After I defeat all of you, I'll go back to eat. Those from the secret-seeking realm were furious. You're too arrogant, so arrogant. They were all geniuses, so they were the only ones who had the right to ask others to come up together. Ling Han smiled. Good to be reserved. Then I'll do it. He leapt out and launched an attack on the 40 people. Bang, bang, bang. With just 3 punches, he sent 7 people flying, showing his invincible style. Ling Han. Ling Han. Ling Han. The audience shouted. Their emotions were ignited in an instant, and they became crazy. This kid is a monster. How can he be so strong? Let's work together to fight him. The remaining 30 or so people hurriedly banded together. The people from their own sects stood together, forming 3 small teams and launching a counterattack against Ling Han. However, what was the use of this? Ling Han's strength in the secret-seeking realm had reached the point where he could crush all of his peers. He didn't even need to use his full strength. With one punch, someone was bound to be sent flying and lose their ability to fight. The whole process took less than a minute. Besides Ling Han, only 4 people were still standing. They didn't make a move before, not because they were scared, but because they were disdainful. They all crossed their arms, looking extremely arrogant. A bunch of weaklings. They really don't have the right to enjoy the cleansing pool, a man in white said. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura began to surge. Hee hee, it's good to have fewer people. We can get more benefits. Another young man in blue laughed. He was a little arrogant, but undeniably powerful. I agree, the only woman in red said. She was as beautiful as a peach, and her charm was beyond words. However, she was definitely not a pretty face. But let's get rid of this kid first, the last man in black said, pointing at Ling Han. All right. The 3 men in white nodded. Who's up? The woman in red asked. Me, the man in black said with a smile and strode forward. Bang! With a flash, the black-robed man was gone. In his place was Ling Han, who was standing at the place where he had just been standing. He was sent flying. In the distance, the man in black was hanging on a tree. His limbs were drooping, as if all the bones in his body were broken. Ling Han stretched his muscles, and calmly asked, "What did you guys say?" The woman in red and the other 2 were shocked. This was a freaking monster. He had knocked someone into losing his ability to fight with a single collision. This speed, this physique. He was completely inhuman. You. Ling Han pointed at the man in white. So near, yet worlds apart activated, and he had already crashed into the man. Xiao, the man in white was also sent flying. After flying through the air in an arc, he fell to the ground with a thud. He had already lost consciousness. The woman in red and the young man in blue could not help but take a few steps back. Ling Han's attack could be said to be extremely simple. It was just a collision, and he had taken it head-on with his speed and physique. But sometimes, the simpler the attack, the more difficult it was to deal with. What should they do? The 2 of them hurriedly released their full battle prowess. High-level energy wrapped around their hands, and the acupoints all over their bodies also emitted mystic power, similarly enveloping high-level energy. They did not believe that he would dare to crash into them. Pang! In the next instant, the woman in red was also sent flying. Chapter 3652. This hunger wasn't fatal, but it lingered and made him feel uncomfortable. Now, a large amount of mystical energy was flowing into the plane of his body, which naturally made Ling Han feel like he could finally eat something. This time, the pond of cleansing had been open for more than 2,000 years, so how much energy had accumulated? Ling Han didn't bat an eyelid, and silently made a fortune. A day passed, and 7 of Ling Han's plane spaces were filled up. During this time, he also used the power of the pond of cleansing to connect to all the planes in his body. This was a small matter, he only needed to build a bridge. He didn't need to open up a space. However, Ling Han couldn't absorb any more energy. The reason was simple: the pond of cleansing had run out of energy. This was too terrifying. It had only been a day, and the pond of cleansing had run out of energy. The other 9 stood up in confusion. What was going on? Didn't they say they could cultivate here for 3 days? It hadn't even been a day and a half. What's going on? Why can't I absorb any energy? Me too. Same. The faces of the 9 people were filled with confusion. Ling Han also stood up and joined the ranks of, I'm also very confused. They didn't give up and continued to sit in the pond, waiting for the pond of cleansing to shine a second spring. But no matter how long they waited, the pond of cleansing had run out of energy. When 3 days were up, head eunuch Zhu Qi appeared and led everyone out. Everyone hurriedly asked about the situation, but Zhu Qi hadn't entered the pond of cleansing and naturally couldn't answer. He only said he would report to His Majesty. Returning to the External Affairs Department, Ling Han began his final preparations. He was going to leap through the gate of immortality and step onto the path of immortality. Ling Han gave himself 3 days to once again inspect his body. After this step, he would leave the mortal realm, and he wouldn't be able to make up for the deficiencies of the mortal realm. Of course, if he could get a panacea, he would be able to make up for it. But panacea, hee. 3 days passed, and Ling Han no longer hesitated. He began to break through to the path of immortality. In this world, without the power of the path of immortality, it was difficult to travel. The first step of the immortal path, foundation establishment. However, the reason why the immortal path was so hard to cross was because the first step consisted of 2 steps. The first was to jump through the immortal door, and the second was to build the immortal foundation. Ling Han didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. He didn't know if anyone would find trouble with him during the process, and he didn't know if he would cause any big movements. Therefore, he didn't break through in the Foreign Affairs Office. Instead, he went to a mountain forest. This was still within the scope of the imperial capital, so there was no need to worry about foreign martial artists causing trouble here. Ling Han also chose a very secluded place. He opened up his mind, and all that was left of him was a blank space. Then, he began to push for a great increase in the level of his life. From mortals to immortals, this was a qualitative change. The distance was boundless. Therefore, Ling Han did not feel his cultivation bottleneck loosen. He was not in a hurry. This was very normal. It was not unusual for an ordinary person to be stuck for 8 to 10 years, or even hundreds of years. Although he didn't spend a long time in the mystic-seeking realm, this realm was very special. There were 2 main points: break as many shackles as possible, and accumulate enough mystic power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough power to jump through the immortal door. To Ling Han, the shackles in his body were all broken. His level of life had already reached the peak of the mortal realm. As for the storage of mystic power, it was indeed a weakness in the past. However, after entering the cleansing pool, he had made up for this weakness. Therefore, he was completely qualified to break through to foundation establishment. Ling Han accumulated his understanding and prepared for the explosion that was about to come. Unexpectedly, this moment didn't come. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Ling Han was already feeling hungry. This time, it wasn't that he didn't have enough mystic power. He was really hungry. He endured and didn't destroy the state of mind that he had painstakingly formed. Once it was destroyed, all his previous efforts would be in vain. With his current cultivation level, not drinking water for 10 days and not eating for 20 days was not a problem. 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. Boom! Ling Han's body suddenly underwent a drastic change. His life force exploded, and every cell in his body was trembling as if they were about to explode. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Ling Han felt his body shake. It was as if his soul had left his body and flown into the starry sky. In an instant, he had traversed an endless distance. Where was this? he finally stopped. His surroundings were pitch black, and before him was a giant bronze door. The bronze door was hundreds of meters tall. Its entire body was mottled and covered in veins, as if it had experienced countless years. This was a celestial door. Ling Han was shocked. He was definitely in soul form right now, but there really was a place like this in the starry sky where a celestial door existed. He wasn't in a hurry to jump. Instead, he walked closer, wanting to observe this bronze door. However, a force instantly repelled him. It was too strong, and it wasn't something that Ling Han could contend against. He couldn't get close at all. Ling Han focused his eyes, wanting to see clearly. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see the veins on the door. It was as if there was a formless force that was blurring his vision. He tried to activate his eye technique, but he was now a ball of spiritual energy, so how could he use it? He looked for a long time before giving up helplessly. Forget it, I'll just directly jump through the celestial door. If others knew about this, they would definitely find it inconceivable. Why are you curious about this? Don't you think you should get down to business? Ling Han used all his strength to jump. He was very special in soul form, and he could jump much higher than usual. Therefore, he effortlessly crossed over the hundreds of meters tall celestial door. Then I'm an immortal now, and I can establish my immortal foundation. This thought hadn't even settled in Ling Han's mind when he felt that power again, dragging him along as he continued to soar through the dark galaxy. After an unknown amount of time, he appeared in a new place. His surroundings were still pitch black, but another door appeared in front of him. After circling for a long time, he returned to the same place. No, not only was this door 1,500 meters tall, it was also silver in color. First it was bronze, then it was silver. Could it be that there was gold behind it? Ling Han thought of what Princess Biyao had said. She had crossed 2 celestial doors, but she didn't say it in detail. If he had known earlier, he would have understood it in detail. Who cares, I'll continue to jump. Ling Han still wanted to carefully observe this celestial door, but there was also a force that prevented him from doing so. Sigh. Ling Han leaped, and this celestial door was also easily crossed by him. However, before his soul could return, it was once again grabbed by a powerful force and roamed through the starry sky. When he stopped and a celestial door of gold appeared in front of him, Ling Han only let out an "oh," and wasn't that surprised. Could it be that the higher one's talent was, the more celestial doors one could cross, and the stronger one's strength would be? However, Ling Han still tried to see if he could get close to it. After discovering that he couldn't, he would leap over. After all, it wouldn't take much time. The celestial door of gold was immeasurably tall, but Ling Han still managed to cross it with difficulty. It's about time for my soul to return, right? But he didn't. Chapter 3653. What Ling Han didn't know was that every time he leaped through an immortal gate, a surge of power would be added to his body, making his soul much stronger. After leaping through 3 gates, his telekinesis was at least 100 times stronger. All the trees in the forest rustled as the leaves collided with each other, creating a strange sound. Ling Han, on the other hand, was completely confused. His soul was once again pulled up and sent flying through space. He couldn't help but complain. First it was the bronze gate, then the silver gate, then the gold gate. Would there be purple gates, red gates, and green gates? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, his soul body stopped. There was indeed another gate up ahead, but it wasn't tall or grand at all. Instead, it was a broken gate. It was a stone gate, and the top half had been eroded away. It couldn't be more than 6 meters tall, and it looked like a broken wall. It was because Ling Han had a preconceived notion that this was a stone door, but the upper half of it was already gone. Why were the 3 gates in front all in perfect condition, but this one was broken? After the gold gate, shouldn't there be some immortal gold gate or mother gold gate? Stone Gate. Ling Han was filled with curiosity. He walked over, thinking that he would be immediately repelled. However, when he got close, he didn't feel any force pushing him. Ah! Since there was no obstruction, Ling Han naturally pressed his hand on the stone door. Instantly, an ancient and desolate aura filled the air, letting him know that this stone door should be extremely ancient. Perhaps it was as ancient as this galaxy, or perhaps it had already existed before this galaxy was formed. But why was it broken? To be able to become the fourth gate, shouldn't it be immortal? Ling Han rubbed it for a while, but there were no patterns on the stone gate. It was simple and ancient, and he couldn't tell what it was. Forget it, I'll just jump through the gate. With a light leap, Ling Han leaped over the stone gate without any difficulty or pressure. However, there was also no change. There was no force to drag him away, nor was there to send him back. He just stood there awkwardly. Fuck, what is this? Ling Han frowned. This wasn't right. Moreover, wasn't the fourth immortal gate a little too easy to jump over? Previously, when he leaped through the golden immortal door, even though he did it in one leap, he had used all his strength to barely make it. The stone door had already been destroyed, so its true height should be higher than that. Therefore, his leap did not count. It had nothing to do with him. If you destroy it, that's your problem. Why do I have to bear the responsibility? Ling Han cursed in his heart, but now that he had nowhere to redress his grievances, Ling Han could only think of another way. He walked forward. After a few steps, he walked towards the stone door and was about to push it open. This was an unconscious action, but when he pushed the stone door, a force blocked him. He felt that the stone door was extremely heavy, and he had only pushed it open a little. Ling Han, on the other hand, smiled. There was hope. He pushed with all his might, inch by inch, but he didn't even reach half a foot. The power increased greatly, and pang, his hands were forced back, and the stone door was once again tightly shut. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han was energized, and he started to push the door again. It was still the same. After pushing it open for less than half a foot, the power increased explosively, wanting to push Ling Han back. Ling Han circulated his full strength and forcefully withstood it. But this power was endless and didn't dissipate. Instead, it resisted him and slowly increased its strength, wanting to push him back. Half an inch. Ling Han slowly retreated. He couldn't help but frown. His psyche power was already so powerful, and he couldn't use it anymore. If only he could use his mystic power. Wait, why not? Could it be because he was a soul body? Let's try. Ling Han made a comeback. With a loud roar, he circulated his power madly. Boom, a miraculous scene appeared. He erupted with even more power. Mystic power could be used. He advanced forcefully, breaking through the half-a-foot distance. But the more he pushed, the stronger the repulsive force became. Very soon, he was pushed back again. Since that was the case, Ling Han used the demon monkey fist and circulated the destructive power. 100 gravitational forces overlapped, forming a frequency attack. After entering the mystery-seeking realm, Ling Han's attainments in the demon monkey fist had naturally improved. Boom, the stone door suddenly opened. Ling Han smiled and strode through. But he immediately discovered that although the stone door was open, there seemed to be an invisible membrane blocking him. It wasn't as sturdy as the stone door, but it was extremely flexible. Moreover, it was pressing down on him from all directions, and he still couldn't pass through. Boom again. But although his fist force was domineering, his head, torso, and legs were all under the force. This caused the force to be extremely uneven, and he fell down hard. Even though he was a soul body, he still felt pain. That repulsive force attacked him from all directions. How could he block it? No. Ling Han's eyes lit up. He was a soul body now. Since he was a soul body, why did he have to stick to the human form? Ling Han laughed loudly. His body suddenly changed shape, and only his head was left. Then, 2 arms grew out of his head, and he rushed toward the stone door while waving his fists. Open. Peng, peng, peng. Ling Han waved his fists rapidly. The destructive power in addition to the demon monkey fist was incomparably domineering, and he forcefully opened up a path. He rushed into the stone door for at least half a zhang, but there was still a force blocking him. Now, he could clearly see that there was a layer of light screen on the stone door. It was extremely flexible. Now that he had pushed it half a zhang away, the compression force had also reached the extreme, and he was about to be bounced back. If he wanted to pass through the stone door, he would have to break this light screen. Break, 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 Ling Han roared in his heart. His fists waved even faster, and the destructive power blasted out crazily, smashing onto the light screen. This light screen was a little terrifying. The destructive power was so strong, but it actually couldn't do anything. Ling Han didn't care. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to punch. If 1 punch couldn't do it, then 2 punches. If 2 punches couldn't do it, then 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. Ka, ka, ka. Many white lines appeared on the light screen, densely covering it like a spider web. This was going to break. But the more it was like this, the greater the resistance created by the light screen. In fact, it even had the tendency to push Ling Han back. Although it was only a sliver, a few white lines immediately disappeared. Obviously, the light screen had been repaired. Ling Han roared, and his fists were like rain. They were so fast that they far surpassed his limit. This was a soul body, and it wasn't restricted by the body. Ka, ka, ka. More and more white lines appeared. Finally, with a bang, the light screen shattered. Ling Han staggered and rushed through the stone door. Done. Ling Han still hadn't come back to his senses when a powerful force began to drag him downwards. It was at this moment that he suddenly saw a figure appear at the position where he had just been. The other party also discovered Ling Han's existence and looked toward him. It was just that the pulling force was too strong, and Ling Han's speed was too fast. The two of them didn't see each other's appearance. Ling Han's heart trembled. Other than him, there was actually someone else who could come to the 4th immortal door. Before he finished his thought, his soul seemed to lose gravity and fell rapidly. Then, in the forest, Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 36-54. Ling Han opened his eyes, from which shot out 2 beams of light. Pa, 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 the nearby trees immediately collapsed. This wasn't because he had cultivated some kind of mystical ability, but because after leaping through the celestial gate, his mental power and secret power had improved tremendously. He still couldn't adapt to his current power, so he could collapse the trees with a sweep of his gaze. After leaping through the celestial gate, he still hadn't built his foundation. He was now on the quasi-celestial path. But at this time, Ling Han naturally had no reason to give up halfway. He continued to build his foundation. Confusion flashed through his mind. Why would there be a broken celestial gate? He had never heard of this before. Could it be that it appeared because he had cultivated the mortal realm to perfection? But he also saw another person appear in front of the stone gate. Could it be that there was someone else who had cultivated the mortal realm to perfection? Was this possible? He was able to cultivate the flawless body because his body had nurtured countless planes. Could this kind of good fortune happen to a second person? Let's not think about this first. If he had the chance to meet that person in the future, he would understand clearly. But in this vast sea of people, where would he go to find him? Yes, that person must be an absolute genius. He would just follow this direction. Ling Han began to build his foundation. He didn't use the foundational divine stone. Since he already knew that it was formed from the blood of a great emperor, if he wanted to walk his own emperor's path, he couldn't walk the same path as the other. Besides, he had soaked in the sea of true blood before, and the benefits he obtained were far greater than any foundational divine stone. What foundation should I build? Ling Han buried the belief of invincibility and undefeatable fighting spirit as the foundation of the celestial path. Then, he entwined it with mental power and used secret power to nourish it, continuously strengthening it. He thought of the stone celestial gate and couldn't help but be moved. He deliberately molded it into that shape. Even the material was the same, and it had the rough texture of a stone. That's right, there was also the primordial aura. Clang, just at this time, there was a sudden clap of thunder. Dark clouds rolled, and above the dense forest, flashes of light intersected, as if they could strike down at any time. Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. He had imitated the stone celestial gate to build the foundation of the celestial path, and had actually angered the heaven and earth. Fuck, what is the background of this stone immortal gate that the heavens and earth actually view it as a taboo? But the more it was so, the more Ling Han insisted on going. If he could build such an immortal foundation, he would be extremely powerful. Come on, so what if the heavens are angry? Let the lightning strike down if you can. Quang, the lightning really did strike down. Just a few zhang away from Ling Han, a large tree was instantly split in half and smashed in his direction. With a casual wave of his hand, Ling Han sent the broken tree flying. Trying to scare me? He continued to construct his immortal foundation. Quang, quang, quang. The sound of thunder became even more intense, and even more lightning struck down, but not a single one struck his body. The heavenly lightning tribulation would only slay the great evils, and the great evils. Ling Han was not related to any of them. The heavenly Tao was heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs, so how could it treat him differently now? However, at this moment, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down, directly entering Ling Han's sea of consciousness. The purple lightning bolt transformed into a human figure, full of majesty, and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you go against the heavens and earth? You have no respect and no fear. This deity will slay you." Shua, the purple human figure, charged over at an incomparably fast speed. Inner demon. Ling Han immediately said in his heart. It was not that this world did not have heavenly tribulations, but they did not destroy a person physically. Instead, they destroyed a person spiritually. Inner demons confused one's mind, causing one to become a demon. The heavenly Tao had a reason to send down lightning tribulation to eliminate them. And Ling Han's inner demon was even more direct. It did not want to confuse him, but to directly destroy his spirit. Without his spirit, his corporeal body was just an empty shell. No matter how powerful his immortal foundation was, what use was it? The inner demon attacked, wanting to break Ling Han's sea of consciousness and destroy his spirit. Ling Han said. Wang, the sound of Buddha was vast and mighty. Crack, a crack instantly appeared on the purple human figure, but only one crack. Ling Han shouted again, like a great bell, causing people to think deeply. Crack, another crack appeared on the purple human figure. Ling Han rushed up and began a fierce battle. Pang, pang, pang. Slaying inner demons naturally relied on soul power. Secret power was useless. Inner demons were very powerful. This was not because Ling Han had formed his immortal foundation and the heaven and earth had sent down the inner demon tribulation, but because the immortal foundation he wanted to build was too extraordinary. The heaven and earth had sent the inner demon ahead of time to prevent him from being so rebellious. But Ling Han had mastered the 6 words Wisdom King mantra, which specialized in punishing evil and restraining inner demons. Even if it was only one word, it was still very effective. 2 more cracks appeared on the inner demon, and its battle strength naturally fell. It was completely suppressed by Ling Han. Hum. Ling Han shouted again and again. The cracks on the inner demon increased, and finally, it shattered with a loud bang. The Buddhist race was indeed specialized in restraining inner demons. Just the word mantra was so powerful. If all 6 words were complete, how powerful would it be? Ling Han did not care and continued to build his immortal foundation. Quang, another bolt of purple lightning struck down. It took shape in Ling Han's sea of consciousness and began to bombard him. Ling Han shook his head and continued to shout the 6 words Wisdom King mantra. The inner demon could not pose a threat to him at all. He was multitasking. This time, he only suppressed the inner demon but did not disintegrate it. On the other hand, he sped up the process of building his immortal foundation. Obviously, if he did not stop or complete it, the inner demon would not stop. Fight, fight, fight. Ling Han was calm and confident. One day later, the immortal foundation was formed. The human Tao foundation was only the size of a fist, but it emitted a grand and majestic aura. There was even a sense of desolation, as if this was the foundation of the heaven and earth at the beginning of time, and it could support the heaven and earth. In the sky, the dark clouds dispersed. The heaven and earth could no longer stop him, so the tribulation clouds could only disperse. But the dark clouds did not completely disperse. In the next instant, the dark clouds gathered again. The heavenly tribulation came again. Of course, this was not to stop Ling Han from building his immortal foundation. But if he succeeded, the heaven and earth would send down the tribulation punishment. This was a routine matter. However, in comparison, the strength of this inner demon was too weak. Ling Han only shouted the swastika 10 times in a row, and the inner demon was completely dispelled. Ling Han was just about to stand up when he suddenly felt that all the acupoints in his body had opened. The power of heaven and earth rolled in, greatly increasing his mystic power and mental power. After this step, he had truly stepped out of the mortal realm. Ling Han hurriedly sat down and operated the Monkey King's cultivation method, desperately absorbing the benefits. The secret realms opened by other cultivators would not be very big, and might be filled in a short while. However, Ling Han's secret realm was a bottomless pit. No matter how much power of heaven and earth was stuffed in, he would absorb it all. Unfortunately, it only lasted for half a day. The world returned to peace. What level have my strength reached now? Ling Han touched his chin, very expectant. However, the point now was not to be curious about his strength, but to let the Empress and the others out. Chapter 36-56. Ling Han, play with Niu. Hu Niu jumped over, a youthful smile on her face. Ling Han laughed and pulled his young wife into his arms. Wait a few more days, and I'll give you a few kids to play with. Okay, okay. Hu Niu giggled. Others seized the time to understand this world, but she didn't feel nervous at all. It was as if everything was fine as long as Ling Han was there. No ambition, just doing what she wanted, and adapting to circumstances. After another few days, everyone had the ability to walk freely, and Lin Luo and the others who started cultivating first had already reached the peak stage of the illuminating pulse tier. They only needed to open 100 more meridians, and they would be able to step into the blood transformation tier in perfect form. Ling Han believed that these people were all geniuses. After all, they were accumulated over countless years in the origin world. Although they didn't have an inner world in their bodies and couldn't step into the 7 transformations or 7 bones, it wasn't difficult for them to become 3-star geniuses. Everyone discussed for a while, and Lin Luo and the others said that they would temporarily stay in the imperial capital. This planet had just recovered, and it was a paradise for beginners like them. It wouldn't be too late to go to other large planets after they started cultivating. Ling Shi, Ling Jianshui, and the other children also said that they wanted to train on Heavenly Sea Star first, so they wouldn't accompany Ling Han to the Gold Origin Holy Land. What were they going to do? Ling Han had already prepared enough pills for everyone, and with the accumulation from selling pills, he was extraordinarily rich, so it wasn't a problem to provide for these people. Moreover, with the recovery of the world, there were more and more treasured fruits of life. At least for those below the celestial path, they weren't that precious, and could be bought as long as they could afford it. After solving this biggest problem, Ling Han decided to set off for the Gold Origin Holy Land. This time, he planned to bring the Empress, Hunyao, the large black dog, and Wall. After all, it was only for the Gold Origin Fruit Festival, and he wouldn't stay there for too long. The large black dog came by himself, and Wall's calculation ability was highly valued by Ling Han. He accompanied the two girls, the large black dog, and Wall to the Department of External Affairs. The large black dog opened its mouth, and wanted to say something. However, all that came out was a series of woof, woof, woof. In this world, it was just an ordinary dog. How could it speak? At the very least, it had to reach the blood transformation realm and consume a transformation fruit. Only then would it be able to speak and even take human form. Although so many days had passed, the large black dog was still not used to this. It continuously barked, yet was unable to say anything. It was so anxious that it felt extremely uncomfortable. Ling Han naturally understood it very well. He smiled and said, "Are you trying to say that I'm doing well now?" The large black dog hurriedly nodded. There was no need for him to awaken his intelligence again. However, he was too weak now, so he couldn't even speak. However, he could not speak, nor could he stop it. The large black dog still raised a foot, as if giving Ling Han a thumbs up. Ling Han had a strange expression on his face as he said, "I say, didn't your iron underwear shatter after coming out of the inner world? What's with this one now?" The large black dog was now wearing a pair of purple cloth underwear. As he walked, he twisted his buttocks, which was a sight to behold. Woof, 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 woof. The large black dog barked continuously as if he was complaining. Ling Han could somewhat understand. It should be because his current physique couldn't wear iron underwear, so he could only wear cloth underwear. He was a dog that knew shame. As for where this pair of underwear came from, Ling Han didn't want to know. He always felt that the inside story was too dirty. Ling Han, you're finally back." Xianyuan Dingguo walked out. He glanced at the Empress and Hunyao, revealing a look of amazement. Thankfully, the two girls had their faces covered, and he could only see their figures. Otherwise, he wouldn't be amazed, but stunned. Then, he saw the large black dog, and couldn't help but drool. "Where did you get this mongrel? It's so fat, we'll eat dog meat tonight." The large black dog was furious. How dare he talk about eating dog meat in front of Grandpa Dog? "Eat Grandpa Dog." He darted out, opening his mouth to bite. "If I can't bite you to death, you bastard. Let go, let go." Xianyuan Dingguo shouted. With his strength, he naturally wouldn't be bitten by the large black dog, but to have his trousers dragged by a dog was still embarrassing enough. Ling Han laughed loudly. "Did anything happen these few days?" "Nothing, but there are some rumors saying that you don't have the right to participate in the Metal Element Fruit Festival, that you don't live up to your name, and don't deserve the title of prodigy of the imperial capital," Xianyuan Dingguo said. Ling Han smiled faintly. He didn't care about this kind of empty reputation. Moreover, he wasn't a prodigy of the imperial capital, but the most prodigy of the galaxy, okay? Xianyuan Dingguo moved closer, and asked in a low voice, "These two are?" His eyes drifted to the Empress and Hunyao. "Your sister-in-law," Ling Han said. "Pei, sister-in-law," Xianyuan Dingguo immediately said, and then shamelessly greeted the two girls. "That brat Ling Han really knows how to hide, only letting me meet sisters-in-law now, practically treating me like an outsider." "Yes, sister-in-law," the Empress said proudly. In her heart, she was the most important person in the world, and Ling Han didn't count, he was her husband. Xianyuan Dingguo couldn't help but be startled, thinking, why is this girl so tsundere? Although the Empress's appearance wasn't obvious, her aura was astonishing, and completely suppressed him. "Father." At this time, the 7 milk babies also ran over, and the little girl followed behind, looking very lazy. The fat pig was in her arms. "Handsome pot, where did you kidnap these two beauties?" Tang Yun looked at the Empress and Hunyao, a little surprised. Although the two girls' appearance wasn't obvious, their figures were too perfect, and they were also very attractive. She believed that they were definitely great beauties, almost catching up to her. Regarding her appearance, the little girl never knew how to be modest. Pa, she threw the fat pig on the ground and pounced at the Empress. They were too beautiful, and she really wanted to hug them. The fat pig fell on the ground and instantly screamed. Although it wasn't injured, it was still very painful, bastard. However, Tang Yun also pounced on empty air. Ling Han picked up the Empress in time, and didn't let the little girl succeed. The large black dog immediately dashed out and pressed a paw on the fat pig's body, barking at Ling Han. The meaning was too simple: eat roast suckling pig tonight, and have a sumptuous meal. On the other side, Hunyao was also drooling. Roast suckling pig, roast suckling pig, roast suckling pig. When the 7 milk babies heard this, they instantly felt close to Hunyao. They were kindred spirits. Roast suckling pig, roast suckling pig. They also called out, their little eyes shining. The fat pig had a deep grudge, and all of you have a grudge against pigs? Why do all of you want to eat roast suckling pig when you see it? Did the pig provoke you? Goo! It barked at the large black dog. It was all this despicable dog's fault for provoking it. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog naturally wasn't to be outdone. He was never one that was willing to suffer losses, and this lecherous pig didn't look like a good person at first glance, so he was definitely cursing at him. Goo, goo, goo. Woof, woof, woof. Alright, a pig and a dog were facing each other, both barking at each other. Although they didn't understand each other's language, they definitely couldn't lose their momentum, bastard. Chapter 3657. Everyone found it interesting. Whether it was the fat pig or the large black dog, they had clearly developed intelligence. However, due to various reasons, they were unable to open their mouths. They could only bark at each other, while the dog barked at the pig. All right, I won't eat roast suckling pig, nor will I eat dog meat. I'll just make something else to eat, Ling Han said with a smile. They sat down first, and then Ling Han started to make arrangements. He was going to leave Heavenly Sea Star for at least half a year, so he had to arrange everything properly. Unlike before, when Princess Biyao was in charge for him. Thinking of this, Ling Han felt that this demon princess was quite useful. You're leaving again? Xianyuan Dingguo was shocked. This overseer was far too incompetent. The External Affairs Department had only been established for a short period of time, but he was already gone more than 90% of the time. Ling Han nodded. From now on, you'll be in charge of the Foreign Affairs Department. Can I protect him? Xianyuan Dingguo didn't seem very confident. It doesn't matter. Now that the ownership of the major forces has been decided, our External Affairs Department actually has nothing to do. Moreover, before I leave, I will do one thing to ensure that no one dares to provoke the External Affairs Department in the future. Ling Han smiled. What do you want? Xianyuan Dingguo suddenly had an ominous feeling. Ling Han smiled and said, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Later, I will go and beat up the second prince and the third prince. Don't mess around. Xianyuan Dingguo panicked. Tisk, it's just the son of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. So what if I beat him up? Tang Yun licked the candy with an indifferent expression. On the side, Hunyo's saliva flowed freely as she stared fixedly at the milk candy in her hand, not the slightest bit reserved. Xianyuan Dingguo sucked in a breath of cold air. Why was this group of people so ferocious? If spirit transformation perfected cultivator wasn't a big deal, then what else was? Don't worry, don't worry. Nothing will happen, said Ling Han. How could Xianyuan Dingguo be at ease? However, he couldn't dissuade Ling Han, so there was nothing he could do. Ling Han invited Yin Xiujing, Lian Xuerong, and the others to have a meal together. This was a farewell banquet. Seeing the Empress and Hu Niu, even if Yin Xiujing and Lian Shuerong prided themselves on being extremely beautiful, they still felt a sense of inferiority. This was still because the two girls were wearing veils. If they really showed their true faces, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? Therefore, Ling Han's current strength was still very weak, so he could only ask the two girls to keep a low profile. After eating, Ling Han left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and went straight to the second prince's residence. The Empress, Hu Niu, the large black dog, the little Loli, and the milk babies all followed. All of them loved to join in on the fun, so how could they possibly miss it? Therefore, this group was also very strange. There were beauties, little boys, dogs, and pigs. Along the way, everyone was dumbfounded. What were the elites of the imperial capital planning to do? Not long after, Ling Han arrived in front of the second prince's residence. As a dignified prince, he naturally lived in a grand mansion that occupied a large area and was resplendent in gold and jade. There were also 8 large men standing guard at the door, looking very fierce. A large man pulled out the saber at his waist and shouted loudly at Ling Han, "Hey, stop!" Ling Han flicked his finger. Xiao, a finger strike shot out, and the large man was instantly sent flying. Peng, the door was forcibly smashed open. "How dare you!" The remaining 7 large men all pulled out their sabers, surrounding Ling Han and the others. "You actually dare to behave atrociously in the second prince's residence. Are you tired of living? Who are you? State your name." The 7 called out one after another. Some sent out a signal to summon help. This person could send one person flying with a single finger. This strength was too domineering, and even if the 7 of them joined forces, they should still be no match. They didn't even recognize themselves. Ling Han laughed in spite of himself. These people were too ignorant and ill-informed. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog barked, clutching its belly, laughing so hard that it lay down. What it meant was, "Little Han, didn't you boast that you were doing very well? Look, even the guards don't know who you are, and you still have the nerve." Ling Han didn't make a move. With a thought, those 7 large men seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, and they kept waving their limbs in midair, all of them looking terrified. Had they seen a ghost? Of course not. Ling Han's current mental strength was who knew how many times stronger, and he could easily lift a rock that weighed 200,000 or 300,000 kilograms, let alone 7 people. He strode into the residence, and with a wave of mental strength, the 7 large men were all thrown out by him, and they all fainted. This time, he had come to beat up the second prince. As for the others, he didn't take them seriously. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Amidst the chaos, groups of soldiers appeared and surrounded Ling Han and the others. "Humph, Ling Han, how dare you? You even dare to barge into my residence. Do you really think that just because Imperial Father favors you, you can do whatever you want?" The second Imperial Prince also appeared, his face livid. He was a dignified prince, but someone had actually barged into his residence. How humiliating was that? Ling Han smiled faintly and nodded. "That's right. That's right." The second prince was instantly stunned. Had this brat become stupid? No matter how much Ling Han was favored, he was still an official. How could he ride over his master's head? Disgraceful. Disgraceful. He said in a sinister voice, his killing intent obvious. This was Ling Han who had delivered himself to his doorstep. Even if he killed him, Chen Fengyan wouldn't be able to say anything. Ling Han smiled and said, "You princes, relying on the backing behind you, have targeted me time and time again. Do you think I have no temper? So what if you have a temper?" The second prince attacked, charging towards Ling Han. "You're a servant, and we're masters. You're just a mortal, but we're immortals. In our eyes, you're just an ant." With one step, he had already reached out to grab Ling Han's head. Smack! Ling Han moved and slapped him across the face. The sound was crisp and clear. Instantly, the second prince was sent flying back at a speed even faster than his momentum. Bang! The wall behind him couldn't stop his momentum at all, and a hole was instantly blasted open. He continued flying. Bang, bang, bang. Pang, pang, pang. He broke through 9 walls in one go before he stopped and lay on the ground. The second prince struggled to get up, his face full of shock. You've broken through to the celestial path. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a secret-seeking realm was, in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, it would be trash. Ling Han stood there lazily, yet his mental power had already taken form. He grabbed the second imperial prince and tossed him in his direction. In terms of absolute power, telekinesis could never compete with mystical power. Even if Ling Han's telekinesis was stronger than the average Foundation establishment cultivators, it was at most 500,000 kilograms, which was inferior to his mystical power when he was in the illuminating pulse realm. The strength of telekinesis lay in its formlessness and lack of speed restrictions. If it was used as brute force, it was simply a waste. However, the second prince was now heavily injured and couldn't resist at all. Telekinesis was enough to deal with him. Moreover, this was very pretentious, wasn't it? Chapter 36-58. The hundreds of soldiers all stared with their eyes wide open. Their second imperial prince was picked up from the ground out of thin air, and then tossed towards Ling Han. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling the second imperial prince. Because of their ignorance, they all knelt down, thinking that a god had appeared. The big black dog looked around. This was the feeling he wanted, and he barked excitedly. When the second prince was about to hit Ling Han, his body strangely stopped and floated in midair. His limbs drooped, and he glared at Ling Han. "You dare to hit me, you dare to hit me." Pa! Ling Han slapped his ear again, and it landed on the second prince's face. However, he didn't use too much force this time. If he did it again, the second prince would probably die, and Chen Fengyan definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Now, the uncle was teaching his grandson a lesson. What could Chen Fengyan say? "I hit you. Are you not happy?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Don't be arrogant." The second prince gritted his teeth. "Even if you've entered the celestial path, this is still the imperial capital. The means that father left behind can completely control you." "Oh." Ling Han nodded, and asked, "Don't you think it's strange that I've already started fighting? Why didn't anyone come to stop me?" "Yes." The second prince was a bit confused. Previously, when they attacked Ling Han, didn't the formation spirit immediately appear? Now, it went to eat and go to the toilet? "Because I represent justice," Ling Han said with a serious expression. "Woof, woof, woof." The big black dog was the first to burst out laughing. Ling Han represented justice? This black-bellied man, it was hilarious. "Justice is invincible," Ling Han said again, extremely serious. The second prince was stunned at first, and then almost exploded in anger. "Are you kidding me? Justice is invincible? Invincible my ass. If justice was really invincible, then who would still cultivate?" But it was really strange. Where was the formation spirit? Why hadn't it reacted? Who was Chen Fengyan's real son? Ling Han laughed heartily as he continued to ravage the second imperial prince. Only when the second imperial prince was almost killed did he stop. He patted the second prince's shoulder and said with a smile, "Remember this lesson. In the future, you must be honest and do your duty. Otherwise, this righteous uncle will still appear and teach you a good lesson." The second prince's face was swollen and bruised, and he could no longer speak. He only had one question in his mind: was he really Chen Fengyan's biological son? "You can't do this to your son." Ling Han left the second prince's residence and headed towards the third prince's residence. The news of him breaking into the second prince's residence and fighting with him spread even faster than him. No one believed it. Firstly, Ling Han did not have the guts to do so. Secondly, he did not have the strength to do so. Thirdly, even if he had the guts and strength, would Chen Fengyan not stop him? What a joke. Who would believe that? Therefore, when Ling Han arrived at the third prince's residence, it was completely unguarded. Ling Han naturally did not hold back. He charged in and forced the third prince out. You! When the third prince saw Ling Han, his face was filled with shock. He could not believe that Ling Han had actually dared to charge into his residence. Ling Han smiled. Third brother, are you surprised? Are you surprised? What a surprise, the third prince said in a low voice. When he saw Ling Han, he knew that the rumors were true. Ling Han was truly audacious. He attacked immediately. Boom! The aura of the immortal path erupted, and he leaped towards Ling Han. His entire body glowed, and he looked like a celestial being. However, in the face of absolute power, what use was that? Bang! Ling Han only punched once, and the third prince was sent flying. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Is my current battle prowess comparable to a Paramount Foundation establishment cultivator? Ling Han rubbed his chin. His accumulation in the mortal realm was too deep. Moreover, the foundation he had built was an imitation of the stone celestial door. Even the heavens and earth could not tolerate it. He had built a human foundation, but it definitely surpassed a heaven foundation. It was even comparable to a Paramount Dao foundation. After beating up the third prince, Ling Han went to the fourth prince's residence. Immediately, the rumor spread again that the third prince had also been beaten up by Ling Han. Following that, the fourth prince was also beaten up badly. When this news also spread, no one thought that it was fake anymore. Where did so many rumors come from? Was Ling Han really going to defy the heavens? The fifth prince, sixth prince, eighth prince, and the others could not escape the fate of being beaten up. It could be said that the top-ranked princes had all fallen. Only the eldest prince and the seventh prince were spared. After all, they were no longer on this celestial body. This made Ling Han feel a little regretful, but it did not matter. He would soon go to the Golden Origin Holy Land. It would not be too late to beat them up then. After suffering so many losses, of course, the princes would not give up. They all asked to see Chen Fengyan, but they did not know where Chen Fengyan was in seclusion. How could they complain about this injustice? They could only beg Empress Ma and the others. Even though these concubines could only see Chen Fengyan once in a while, they could not find him. This matter caused a huge uproar in the imperial court. The old officials were all filled with righteous indignation. They thought that Ling Han had actually dared to beat a prince. Did he still have any regard for the country's laws? All of them petitioned for Ling Han to be severely punished. This formed a unified opinion in the imperial court, but the problem was, who could deal with Ling Han? This person was originally a genius of the imperial capital. Now that he had entered the Foundation Establishment realm, not only was he invincible in the Mortal Foundation Establishment realm, but it seemed that even the Heaven Foundation Establishment realm could not deal with him. The problem was, where did the imperial capital find an expert who had reached the Paramount Dao realm? Those sects. In terms of deterrence, perhaps the reputation of Ling Han and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was more effective. Thus, as long as Chen Fengyan did not say anything, who could do anything to Ling Han? You're awesome. Xianyuan Dingguo was completely convinced. Ling Han should be the first person to be able to sit still after beating up a prince. Moreover, he did not just beat up one prince, but a whole bunch of them. In this way, who would dare to provoke the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Ling Han only smiled. He patted Xianyuan Dingguo's shoulder. Work hard on your cultivation, young man. I hope that when I return, you will have broken through to the immortal path. Definitely. Xianyuan Dingguo nodded vigorously. The trivial matters here were basically settled, and Ling Han decided to set off for the Golden Origin Holy Land. As usual, the little girl took out a flying shuttle. She and Ling Han sat on it, while the others, dogs, pigs, and so on, entered the Qi cultivation gourd. Set off. Xiao, the flying shuttle pierced through the air and quickly entered the dark universe. After entering the Foundation Establishment realm, Ling Han had the ability to fly on artifacts. However, to fly on artifacts, he needed to integrate a portion of his divine sense into the artifact. However, Ling Han still wanted to forge the source gold in the Golden Origin Holy Land and use the chaotic extreme lightning as a weapon in the future. Wouldn't it be a waste to divide a portion of his divine sense into the artifact now? Thus, he temporarily suppressed the idea of flying on artifacts and decided to forge the source gold first. The little girl started to look for spatial nodes according to the star chart so that she could travel through space. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to fly from here to the Golden Origin Holy Land? Chapter 3660. As long as there was someone in the 9-story tower, the corresponding floor would light up. Previously, the 7th floor had been lit up for a while, and now the 8th floor was finally lit up, indicating that someone had passed the 7th floor. He is indeed Lu Jinglong. I don't know if he can go further. If he can reach the 9th floor, or even pass it, then he will have dark iron aptitude. Although dark iron aptitude is not enough to enter a holy land, it is not difficult to enter a life core or true self-realm sect. This is a chance for a carp to become a dragon. I'm so envious. Everyone was talking about it, and many people couldn't hide their jealousy. Ling Han was surprised. What was there to be envious about entering a life core or true self-realm sect? Oh, he soon understood that this was not Heavenly Star. The martial art environment here was extremely mature and stable. There were 9 stages of the immortal path, and each stage was clearly divided into different levels. The life core realm was nothing compared to the true self realm. Therefore, for the Foundation Establishment realm, it was naturally a blessing to be able to enter a life core realm sect. As long as they felt that their strength had improved, they would go to the 9-story tower to train. However, if they failed the challenge in the 9-story tower, they would not be able to challenge again for half a year, so they would not be too obsessed with the challenge. However, not only did Lu Jinglong fail to pass the 9-story tower, but he was also not qualified to set foot on the 9th floor. Soon, the light on the 8th floor dimmed, and the door at the bottom of the tower opened. A person in a sorry state walked out. Unfortunately, Lu Jinglong still failed. Alas, it is so difficult to reach dark iron aptitude. I really can't imagine how powerful those 1-star geniuses are. If you were a 1-star genius, you would be qualified to enter a holy land. In fact, if you were a 1-star genius, it would be better to go to a small sect, where you can get more attention. There is a saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Even if you are an ordinary disciple in a holy land, you will have more confidence than a Taoist of a small sect. Everyone talked again, each with their own opinions. He's just a 1-star genius. Is it that difficult? Ling Han thought about it again. Back in the imperial capital, only the first prince and Hong Tianbu could be considered as star-grade geniuses. Even Princess Bai Xiao only became a 1-star genius after the Monkey King activated the power of bloodline. In comparison, 1-star geniuses were indeed rare. It was no wonder that they could be directly accepted as disciples by the Holy Lands. He had originally thought that the conditions set by the Gold Origin Holy Land were too low, as only 1-star geniuses could enter the Holy Land. Now that he thought about it, the reason why there had been so many people was because there had been too many visitors from outer space. Those visitors were basically the strongest successors and descendants of sect master level forces. Naturally, they were awesome. Even though Lu Jinglong had failed, he still received everyone's support. Being able to ascend to the 8th floor of the tower was already extraordinary, and he was worth befriending. For a while, no one went to challenge the tower again. After all, those who were not as strong as Lu Jinglong did not need to join in the fun. They would definitely be fooled. Rather than not being able to challenge for the next half a year, it was better to wait until they were a little stronger. No one. You guys wait here, Ling Han said to the 7 milk babies. As long as the little guys grew up normally, they would be able to improve their cultivation. As early as 2 months ago, when they were still in the starry sky, they had already stepped onto the celestial path. Without the heavenly tribulation to interrogate them, it was as if they had always been in the foundational tier and had just cultivated back to their original level. With the strength of the 7 milk babies, they were completely fine without Ling Han's protection. Instead, Ling Han was worried that they might cripple someone. Yes, father, the 7 milk babies said in their childish voices. Because they had stepped onto the celestial path, even 6th baby could control whether or not to reveal his incarnation. Finally, he no longer had to be invisible and always be ignored. Ling Han set out, and he had just taken a few steps when he saw a figure fly down from the skies and land at the entrance of the tower. Flying on a tool, everyone cried out in surprise. Only 1 out of 10 foundational tier cultivators could fly on the mystic moon star. Basically, no one here could do it, so they were naturally shocked. It was a young man who looked at most 24 or 25 years old. He had just put away a celestial sword, and there was a proud expression on his face as he swept his gaze over everyone, full of disdain. Hiss, that's Han Xian. What? Han Xian of the Purple Square sect? He's always been known as a genius. I didn't expect that he could fly on a tool when he just stepped into the foundational tier. Someone recognized this person, and after revealing his background, it immediately caused a heated discussion. Ling Han frowned. He didn't care who this person was, but cutting his line was absolutely not allowed. Line up at the back, he said unhappily. Han Xian was startled. He hadn't been on the celestial path for long, and he had just learned how to fly on a tool. He was full of himself, thinking that the elites of the world were only a so-so, and his confidence had swelled to the extreme. But now, someone actually dared to tell him to line up at the back. Haha. He laughed coldly. You really don't know what you're talking about. First, you can't possibly pass the test of the 9-story tower. Second, what right do you have to order me? Han Xian, you've gone too far. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked toward the person who had spoken. What was going on today? First there was Ling Han, and now there was this person. Both of them actually dared to challenge Han Xian. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure and a large bow on his back. Hunter Wan. Someone exclaimed. Hearing this name, even Han Xian revealed a look of fear. Wan was a veteran foundational tier cultivator. It was said that he had already established the Heavenly Law Foundation Stone and was far more powerful than Han Xian. First come, first served. This is the most basic rule. Don't you even understand this? Wan said indifferently. Brother Wan is right. Han Xian clenched his fists and forcefully suppressed his anger. The world of martial art was very realistic. Those who were stronger had the right to speak. He obediently retreated and didn't try to be brave. Ling Han nodded at Huan. These days, it was very rare to see people who would stand up for justice. Although he could kill this Han Xian with a single punch, seeing someone stand up and speak out for justice still warmed his heart. He strode into the tower, and the door immediately closed. This was a closed space, but it wasn't dark. There was an unknown light source shining, illuminating the inside. The space wasn't small. It was circular, with a radius of about 3 feet and a height of only about 3 feet. The surrounding walls seemed to be cast from black iron, and they emitted a metallic cold light. In the center of this iron room, there was a figure cast from black iron, and it was only 5 feet tall. Wang. The black iron man's eyes suddenly lit up, and it instantly emitted a powerful aura. This was actually a foundational tier Iron Man. It looked a bit like a war colossus, but a war colossus was much more powerful than this. Ling Han casually flicked his finger. This Iron Man was sent flying by him. It crashed heavily into the wall and slid down with a squeak. Chapter 3661. Ling Han was a little surprised because he had only flicked the Iron Man away, but it didn't shatter. What material was this made of? It was so strong. Just as he was thinking, a flight of stairs appeared out of thin air. Alright, if this Iron Man could be destroyed so easily, then how many people would the Golden Origin Holy Land have to spend to maintain it? It should be known that this Black Iron Tower wasn't the only one. Therefore, the Iron Man should have a very strong self-healing ability. Ling Han walked up to the second floor. Just like the first floor, there was still an Iron Man here. With the intrusion of an outsider, the Iron Man immediately woke up and attacked Ling Han. Ling Han flicked his finger again and sent the Iron Man flying, defeating the enemy in one move. He continued up and came to the third floor, then the fourth and fifth floors, all defeated in one move. Outside, seeing the Black Iron Tower light up layer by layer, everyone was shocked. This speed was too fast, as if he was strolling. He didn't meet any opponent at all. This guy was so strong. Genius. Maybe a dark iron genius will appear. Everyone cried out in surprise. In a small place like theirs, there might only be one genius who could pass through the 9th floor every 10 years. Han Qian sneered. He could do the same. The test of the 9 floors of the Black Tower was harder and harder, so as long as one was strong enough, the first 8 floors would naturally be easy to pass. The 5th floor. The 6th floor. So fast, the 7th floor. The 8th floor. The 9th floor. In a short while, Ling Han arrived at the 9th floor. It was still the same Iron Man, but it was defeated by Ling Han with a punch as soon as it rushed over. A book fell from the top of his head and onto the ground. Reward. Ling Han picked up the book and looked at it. There were 5 words written on it: Great Sun Lotus Technique. He flipped through it and couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. This was actually a cultivation technique. It was really like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. He just happened to be lacking a cultivation technique. Ling Han couldn't help but sit down and flip through the Great Sun Lotus Technique. Soon, he had already flipped through it and had a basic understanding. Unfortunately, it wasn't sunrise yet and he couldn't cultivate. It was just that he was too curious, and couldn't help but circulate it. Instantly, the power of heaven and earth materialized in front of him, and was absorbed by him, surging into his body. Why is it that I can cultivate even though it's not sunrise? It was so slow. Ling Han immediately said in his heart. This speed was almost the same as when he used the Monkey King's cultivation method to absorb the power of heaven and earth. If he could be so efficient at this time of the day, what would it be like to practice in the morning? Sure enough, having a suitable cultivation method was too important. The length of this Great Sun Lotus Technique was very short, and only corresponded to the foundation building tier. It was missing the section on forging cauldrons and beyond. However, Ling Han did not mind. He only needed a cultivation technique to help him advance. In future, he would definitely have to find a superior cultivation technique. Since it was a reward for passing through the Black Iron Tower, how good could it be? Ling Han stood up and went down to the first floor. There was a mark on his hand that flashed and disappeared, invisible to the naked eye. Does that mean he passed the Iron Tower? This was similar to the Dragon Fledgling trials. They both like to give people a mark. Ling Han pushed open the door and left the tower, walking slowly. Did he pass? It took so long. That's too long. I'm guessing he passed. After all, he passed the first 8 levels so quickly. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he rushed too quickly and used up all his strength. If that's the case, it's not strange that he didn't pass the 9th level. Everyone discussed in low voices. Han Qian sneered. It didn't matter whether Ling Han passed or not. He had spent too much time and was definitely not as strong as he was. Kid, watch and I'll let you know what a true genius is. He entered the black iron tower. Ling Han was in a good mood after obtaining a cultivation method. He didn't pay attention to him and directly left. Since he had passed the test of the black iron tower, it was time for him to find the silver tower. When he went to look for the milk babies, he was surprised to find that the 7 little babies had actually gotten along well with Juan. They were talking and laughing. Made a new friend, he said with a smile. Dad, this uncle is so interesting. Eldest baby laughed. My stomach hurts from laughing too much. 6th baby laughed. 3rd baby said coldly, childish. Little brother, the Han family is at the foot of the mountain. Why don't you go over and have a seat? It's late, so you can spend the night at my place. Juan took the initiative to invite him. Ling Han was very appreciative of his righteous words and nodded. Thank you. The 2 of them brought the milk babies down the mountain. Seeing that the 7 babies were all full of energy, Juan couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Juan had a large manor at the foot of the mountain. It took up about 3 or 4 acres, with houses connected together in a rockery and a small stream. It was very elegant. Brother Juan is really a refined person, Ling Han praised. Not at all, not at all. Juan laughed loudly, but he looked very happy. He arranged dinner for Ling Han and the others. Because it involved the secret of the spirit-nurturing gourd, Ling Han couldn't let the queen and the others out. It didn't matter. At most, he could pack some food for them. Come, let's drink. Juan was very enthusiastic and repeatedly toasted Ling Han. After explaining for a while, Ling Han also understood that this Huan was originally a hunter, but under a fateful coincidence, he came across a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to embark on the path of martial arts. He even crossed the gate of immortality and became an elite of the foundation building tier. But habits were hard to change. Juan still liked to be a hunter, so he settled down in Shadow Demon Mountain and would occasionally go into the mountain to hunt. Of course, the beasts he hunted now were not ordinary beasts, but powerful beasts that hadn't developed intelligence. I'm done. Juan shook the wine pot and ordered the servant, bring the wine. Ling Han waved his hand. It's about time. Another jug, another jug. Juan laughed. Ling Han couldn't persuade him, so he nodded. The wine was brought over. Juan filled Ling Han's cup and poured one for himself. Come, cheers. Ling Han raised the wine cup, but when it reached his mouth, he paused. What's wrong? Can't handle the wine? Juan asked. Ling Han shook his head. You can't drink this wine. Why? Juan was surprised. It's poisonous, Ling Han said calmly. Juan was stunned at first, but then he laughed loudly. Brother Ling, are you trying to make me laugh? I don't have that attribute. Ling Han shook his head. Juan frowned. Are you sure? I'm sure. Juan nodded and said, Lu Qi, come here for a moment. Creak. The door opened, and a servant walked over and bowed to Juan. Master, what are your orders? There's poison in this wine. Do you know? Juan said calmly, but his voice was cold. Pa. The servant immediately knelt down, his head covered in cold sweat. I've treated you well, but you're biting the hand that feeds you. Humph. Juan waved his hand and hit the servant on the top of his head. Pa. The servant immediately fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Chapter 3662. The matter was resolved. Ling Han glanced at Juan, confusion flashing through his mind. Aren't you curious about why the other party wanted to poison you? Sigh. Juan sighed. These servants all have blood on their hands. I captured them and let them cultivate and turn over a new leaf. I didn't expect this person to hold a grudge. Ling Han smiled. Brother Wan is really kind-hearted. I admire you. You flatter me. Wan shook his head. It seems that these people are still lacking discipline. I will be stricter in the future. After the incident with the poisoned wine, they were naturally no longer in the mood to eat and drink. Wan sent them to the guest room. Father, do you really believe that bearded uncle? Sixth baby asked. Ling Han shook his head. No. Then why don't you expose him? Eldest baby asked. Do we have any evidence? Ling Han smiled. Moreover, I'm only suspecting him now. If it's really as he said, wouldn't it be awkward? Oh. The 7 babies nodded. If he really has bad intentions, he will definitely have a second plan. We just need to wait for him to show his true colors, Ling Han said. Ling Han said. He actually didn't want Wan to be a bad person. After all, there were too few good people these days. They were resting, but Ling Han couldn't sleep. He lay on his bed and studied formations. This was so broad and profound that he felt like he couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Ling Han felt that he hadn't gotten the hang of it yet. Otherwise, although the formation was ever-changing, it wouldn't be so difficult to grasp. At the very least, he would be able to get started. Yes, it's coming. Ling Han sighed. He sincerely hoped that he had misunderstood Wan and that he wasn't the bad person he thought him to be. But in reality, he was disappointed. He saw that a secret compartment had been opened, and a thin tube had quietly extended out, spewing out smoke. If he and the milk babies were already sound asleep, then it was very possible that they wouldn't have sensed anything. After all, foundation building tier cultivators weren't omnipotent gods. However, Ling Han already had his suspicions, so how could he possibly not be on guard? He did not act out immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and pretended that he had already been hit. After a while, the door opened and a man walked in. He was tall and slender, casting a long shadow under the moonlight. Wan walked in, his face a little flushed, as if he was in a state of extreme excitement. Do you know how much I wish that you weren't the one who came in? Ling Han suddenly spoke and sat up straight. Wan was startled and immediately took a defensive stance. But he soon relaxed and said, You've been on guard against me for a long time. Do you think that I should be sleeping soundly after almost drinking a cup of poisoned wine? Ling Han countered with a question. It shouldn't be. Wan shook his head, a smile on his face. But I don't understand. Why didn't you act up earlier? Why did you pretend to be affected by the drug to lure me out? Because I hope that person isn't you, Ling Han said calmly. Wan was silent for a moment before revealing a sinister smile. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you. Why? Ling Han asked. Earlier, you spoke up for justice, but now you want to harm me. It's very contradictory. Does everything have to be reasonable? Wan leisurely said. If you give me a reasonable explanation, I'll be faster when I act and give you a quick death, Ling Han said. Ha ha ha. Wan laughed. You've only established the foundation of human Tao, but I've established the foundation of heavenly Tao. Young man, do you think you're a god just because you passed the 9th level of the pagoda? He had established the foundation of heaven and surpassed Ling Han in terms of vitality. He could tell at a glance that Ling Han's cultivation was weaker than his. He was a foundation of heaven, while Ling Han could only be a foundation of mortal. Ling Han only looked at him without saying anything. Fine, there's no harm in telling you. Wan found a chair and sat down. I'm standing up for you because I'm using this opportunity to get closer to you and those 7 kids. He paused for a moment, then said, I'll tell you a secret. Back when I was still a mortal, I was trapped in a snowy mountain with my companions. The astral winds there could cut through our skin, and on the 9th day we were trapped there, we were starving. That's why we started fighting. We both wanted to kill each other. That's because it was precious food. I don't need to tell you what happened, right? Ever since then, I've been obsessed with human flesh. I feel like it's the most delicious thing in the world. Even though I've stepped onto the path of immortality and won't die of hunger or thirst by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, I still want to eat human flesh. That's why I settled down here. Whenever I feel hungry, I'll go to Shadow Fiend Mountain and bring back a few idiots. Let me tell you, the flesh of martial artists is more fragrant than that of mortals. And after stepping onto the path of immortality, there's an active element in their flesh that not only tastes better, but also helps with cultivation. A small part of the reason I was able to reach Heaven Foundation so quickly is because of this. Right, children's flesh is more fragrant. That's why I targeted you. After Juan finished speaking, he looked at Ling Han, as if expecting him to reveal a look of fear. When faced with intense fear, the flesh would have a special taste. But to his disappointment, Ling Han's expression was calm, without the slightest change. This greatly exceeded his expectations. Ling Han's reaction was too illogical. Ling Han tapped his finger on the table. You deserve to die. A lot of people said the same thing before they were killed by me. Juan shrugged. But in the end, they were all eaten by me. Ling Han flicked his finger. Whoosh, a powerful force shot towards Juan. Puny Mortal Foundation establishment. Juan sneered. Kid, you've just stepped onto the path of immortality, so everything you know is still in the mortal realm. Let me tell you, even a 1-star genius can only be invincible in Mortal Foundation establishment. A 2-star genius can barely fight against an early-stage Heaven Foundation establishment, and a 3-star genius can fight against a peak-stage Heaven Foundation establishment. As for me, I'm at the peak of Heaven Foundation establishment. He casually struck out with his palm. Could you possibly be a 3-star genius? Of course not. If he really was a 3-star genius, the Holy Land would have long since taken him in as a personal disciple. The two forces collided, and Juan's power was instantly shattered. Meanwhile, the force of Ling Han's finger was still directed at Juan, leaving a trail of blood on his left shoulder. What? Juan turned pale with fright. Even a 3-star genius could only fight him to a draw, but Ling Han's attack had actually injured him. What the hell was this? Could it be that he was a 4-star genius? Invincible even though he was 1 stage above him? Ling Han stood up. Do you have any last words? Juan's eyes turned, and he suddenly turned and ran. A warhammer had already appeared under his feet, and he soared into the sky. Chapter 36-64. Cultivate properly, there's no need to talk so much. Ling Han waved his hands. Half an hour later, everyone finished cultivating. The Queen, Hunyo, and the big black dog all made astonishing progress. They also cultivated the Monkey Bros cultivation technique. When Ling Han went to the Monkey Valley for the second time, he asked the Monkey Bro if he could teach this cultivation technique to his family and friends. With the Monkey Bros cultivation technique and supplementary cultivation techniques, as well as medicinal pills, they only needed a few days to reach 12 meridians. He believed that in a few days, they could reach 20 meridians. Ling Han had no doubt about their talent. To be able to become a sky sovereign in the Yuan world, which one of them wasn't a genius? Everyone set off, rushing towards White Knight City. White Knight City was the nearest city. There was a silver-tiered 9-story tower there, which was a checkpoint that Ling Han had to pass. After a day and a half, they arrived at the place. After finding a place to stay, Ling Han went to inquire about the whereabouts of the 9-story tower. This was naturally not difficult to find, and Ling Han very quickly arrived. He saw that it was indeed a silvery white 9-storied tower that was slightly taller than the black iron tower. Even in the pitch-black night, it still shone brightly, and was extremely eye-catching. Night had its advantages. There were not many people here, and Ling Han didn't need to line up, so he directly walked in. On the first floor, the original black iron men were replaced with silver ones. As soon as Ling Han entered, the silver iron men immediately woke up and attacked him. And they were stronger than the ones on the 9th floor of the Black Iron Tower. However, for Ling Han, this was still not enough. With a light flick of his finger, the silver iron men were sent flying. He went up to the 2nd floor, stopped almost immediately, and then killed his way up to the 3rd floor. In less than a minute, he passed through the 9th floor of the tower, and most of the time was spent climbing the floors. The real battle time added together was at most 9 seconds. Another book fell from midair and landed in front of Ling Han. He picked it up and saw 3 words written on it, Immortal Crossing Finger. Ling Han roughly read it. This was a finger technique with great power. Of course, it couldn't compare to Demon Monkey Fist and 3 styles of War God at all. Having more skills was never a burden. In any case, it was not very difficult to learn, so Ling Han planned to practice it when he had the time. He left. He returned to the inn, and there was still enough time to have a good sleep. Early in the morning, Ling Han finished his cultivation, but was not in a hurry to leave. Previously, Shadow Demon Town was a small place, and he had not been able to find out too much information, but this place was different. It was a large city. Ling Han decided to stay here for a few days. There was still a lot of time, so there was no need to rush. The Empress, Hunyo, and the others also readily agreed to this decision. The 2 girls brought the little Loli and the 7 milk babies to go shopping. The large black dog also ran off. He was also someone who couldn't stay idle. It was fine as long as he wasn't killed and cooked into dog meat. Still, Vale was the best. He did his best to help Ling Han deduce the formation patterns. Ling Han also went out. He wanted to find a place where alchemists gathered, such as the Alchemist Association. This was because the martial art of Heavenly Sea Star had a gap, and the same was true for Alchemy Dao. There were pitifully few mortal realm pill recipes, and after reaching the immortal path, there was only one left. That was the cold resistance pill. After taking it, one could resist the invasion of cold air, but it was only limited to the Foundation Establishment realm. With Ling Han's talent in alchemy, he had naturally mastered it a long time ago. In fact, because he had won the bet against those extraterrestrial visitors, he did not lack the main ingredients. However, he lacked the samadhi for the supplementary ingredients, so he had not started refining. Not long later, Ling Han found the Pill Alliance. This was an organization similar to the Alchemist Association. Of course, this was just a sub-alliance, but no matter where, alchemists were rather special. The Alchemist Alliance here occupied a very large area, and the entire building was built to look grand and majestic. Ling Han strode in, and was just about to find someone to ask how to be certified as an alchemist of the immortal path, but before he could open his mouth, he was directly brought into a room. There were many people inside, all sitting upright and still. What was going on? What are you standing there for? Quickly find a place to sit, the alchemy apprentice exam is about to begin, that person said, and even pushed Ling Han. The alchemy apprentice exam? He had been misunderstood, and the other party was really too enthusiastic, not even asking him first. Ling Han was startled, and wanted to turn and leave, but then he remembered that he was still lacking 3 supplementary ingredients. If he could become an alchemy apprentice, then wouldn't it be easier to obtain them? Then he would take the exam. He also wanted to test his skills. Ling Han walked in, and found a place to sit. As expected, the exam soon began. A middle-aged man appeared, and he gave everyone a piece of jade. The first test is to identify herbs by looking at pictures. Stick the jade on your forehead, and you will have 1 minute to identify each herb. Ling Han picked up the jade. It was very thin, and its weight was also very light. He stuck it on his forehead, and instantly, a stalk of herb appeared in front of him. Ling Han stretched out his hand to touch it. He could actually still feel it, but he couldn't pick it up. This was clearly illusory, but it had a very strong effect on the soul, which was why he could see it, touch it, but couldn't pick it up. Interesting. Ling Han first sighed, and then wrote the 4 words, Wild Sand Demon Herb, on the white paper. testing his basic knowledge? He had long studied this path. This was the foundation of alchemy. If he didn't even know how to identify herbs, how could he talk about alchemy? As an alchemy grandmaster, Ling Han obviously knew this. 1 minute later, the first herb disappeared, and it was replaced by a red fruit. Gen essence fruit, Ling Han wrote another 3 words. Another minute later, the red fruit turned into a tall tree. Ling Han almost didn't think, and he could write the moment he saw it. 10 minutes later, no new herbs appeared. Don't forget to write your names on the paper, and then leave, waiting for the results, the examiner said. Everyone stood up and left the room. They didn't stay idle, and they began to compare the answers. The second question is actually Gen essence fruit, and I wrote Sanglon fruit, a fat man wailed. It's indeed very confusing. Gen essence fruit and Sanglon fruit look very similar, but Gen essence fruit has 3 very hidden golden lines, but Sanglon fruit doesn't, a young man said. Oh, right. The fat man seemed to be very annoyed. As expected of second young master's son, he is so insightful in identifying herbs. Someone on the side praised. First young master's son is a genius in martial art, and second young master's son has revealed his talent in alchemy. One sect with 2 outstanding talents. This time, second young master's son's pill apprentice title is definitely in the bag. Facing everyone's praise, second young master's son seemed to be very happy, but he still put on a humble attitude. He waved his hand and said, "You flatter me, you flatter me. This time, we are only recruiting 3 apprentices, and there are many talents here. I might not be able to pass." Sun Xiaolong, you do have some self-awareness, a man in green sneered. Chapter 3665. Second young master's son was called Sun Xiaolong. He glanced at the green-robed man and frowned. Tan Bing, I didn't offend you. Why do you want to go against me? I don't like you. I don't mean anything else, Tan Bing said. All right. A woman in purple stood up to smooth things over. We're all from White Knight City. We'll see each other all the time. Just treat it as giving me, Zhuo Dai, some face. Sun Xiaolong snorted. Fine. For Sister Zhuo's sake, I won't argue with him. You say it as if I'm afraid of you. Tan Bing was equally proud. Both of you, shut up. Zhuo Dai pressed her hand down. Sun Xiaolong, Tan Bing, Zhuo Dai. Not only are they members of the top 10 families of White Knight City, but they also have amazing talent in alchemy. This time, they only accepted 3 alchemy apprentices. It seems we're all here to study with the Crown Prince. Damn, if I knew the 3 of them would come, I wouldn't have joined in the fun. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's just treat it as practice. Everyone shook their heads. Sun Xiaolong and the other 2's appearance immediately made them lose hope. After a while, the examiner came out and announced the candidates who had passed this round. Sun Xiaolong, Yang Xian, Lu Shuang, Tan Bing, Zhuo Dai, Ling Han. Because Ling Han was the last to enter, he was naturally the last in line. Those whose names have been called, follow me. We're starting the second round of assessment. The others left helplessly. They couldn't even pass the first round. Staying behind would only be embarrassing. The remaining people entered another room. It was also very big, but because there were less than half of the people, it seemed more spacious. This round is to identify the pharmacology. Write down the characteristics and taboos of the herbs you see, the examiner said. Everyone was given a piece of jade, and after the examiner's order, they stuck it on their foreheads. Suddenly, an image unfolded. The difficulty increased. Previously, the entire medicinal ingredient was on display. But now, it had been processed. It was a dried medicinal ingredient. But this was naturally not a problem for him. Ling Han wrote down the name of the herb, its characteristics, and the points to take note of when using it. He wrote it down fluently, and in less than half a minute, he had already finished writing. A minute later, another set of materials appeared. This time, it was dried fruit. After the fruit was dried, it would naturally become deformed and shriveled, causing many of its originally obvious characteristics to disappear. Ling Han, on the other hand, was very relaxed. There was almost no hesitation, and his brush was like a god. The third copy, the fourth copy, the fifth copy. Very soon, his piece of white paper was filled with words. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the examiner announced the end of the exam. Everyone wrote down their name on the paper and left. Outside, everyone began to discuss the answers again, but this time, it was obviously much more difficult. There were a few questions that everyone argued back and forth, all of them believing that their own judgment was correct, arguing until their faces were red. And the 3 high-level pill apprentices who were marking the papers also began an intense debate. "The two of you, this matter is a little difficult," said Deng Yingwei. He pointed at the 4 answer sheets on the table. Combining the results of the 2 rounds, these 4 people are the most outstanding. Especially this person called Ling Han, he answered both rounds with 100% accuracy. But this time, we are only accepting 3 apprentices. This was already decided long ago, and Tan Bing, Zhuo Dai, and Sun Xiaolong must be recommended. How can there be any more spots? Yi Wenbin also furrowed his brows. If the 4 people's results were about the same, then we could just find a random reason to get rid of this Ling Han. But the crux is that his results are far superior. Yes, Zhuo Dai and the other 2 all got 1 question wrong in the first round, and 2 questions in the second round. In total, they got 3 questions wrong. They can't compare to Ling Han at all. Song Tao shook his head. Then what should we do? Get rid of one of Zhuo Dai and the other 2? Do you dare? Deng Yingwei countered. No. Song Tao sighed. He was only a high-level pill apprentice. In front of the city's 10 great families, he didn't even count as a feather. How could he dare to say no? Furthermore, this was something that had already been agreed to. If he went back on his word, the consequences would be unthinkable. Then we can only let this little friend Ling Han down. Deng Yingwei smiled. Since he has the ability, it's the same next time. Yi Wenbin nodded. Who asked his luck to be so bad, to just happen to bump into Zhuo Dai and the others this time? Song Tao also smiled. Then I'll go announce it, said Yi Wenbin. He had been the one to announce the results previously. Yes. Yi Wenbin walked out of the room and gathered everyone to announce the results. This time, there are 4 people who passed. They are Tan Bing, Zhuo Dai, Sun Xiaolong, and Ling Han. He paused for a moment. The 4 whose names have been called, follow me for the final round of interviews. Zhuo Dai and the others all had smiles on their faces. They naturally already knew that their families had already informed Yi Wenbin and the others. As long as they passed the final round of interviews, they would definitely pass. Of course, if their previous results were too bad, then they couldn't blame others for not being able to help them. This interview was naturally still medicine identification. But there were 3 examiners who took out powdered medicinal ingredients for them to smell, and then had them say the name of the medicine. Zhuo Dai and the others went first and smoothly passed. Last was Ling Han's turn. Yi Wenbin took out a jade box and placed his hand on the lid. Are you ready? Ling Han nodded. I'm ready. Yi Wenbin smiled at Deng Yingwei and Song Tao. The results of this interview were naturally completely under their control. What was wrong could be said to be right, and what was right could also be said to be wrong. Of course, they wouldn't make it so obvious. They purposely made it easier for Tan Bing and the others to identify the medicinal ingredients. As for Ling Han, when the jade box was opened, a medicinal fragrance immediately rushed out. Yi Wenbin didn't even give Ling Han a chance to smell a few more times and immediately closed the box again. Say it, Yi Wenbin said lightly. Damn, so fast. Ling Han cursed in his heart. Previously, Zhuo Dai and the others were sniffing left and right, and Yi Wenbin didn't rush them at all. But now, he only smelled it once and then closed the box. That's too unfair. Ling Han thought for a moment, and in an instant, his heart surged with 13 matching answers. Ling Shao grass, heaven rose silk, earth vine. These 13 medicinal ingredients all had this smell after being ground into powder. Wow, this is deliberately targeting me, isn't it? Previously, the medicinal ingredients that Tan Bing and the others identified were all very simple. Although Ling Han didn't smell it, from the medicinal ingredients themselves, the smell was very special. But when it came to him, this smell actually corresponded to 13 medicinal ingredients. Damn it. But, would he be so easily defeated? The name of the medicine? Yi Wenbin urged. You only have 10 seconds. Hurry up. Ling Han remained unmoved and just quietly meditated. Chapter 3666. A Beautiful Romance. Although this scent roughly matched the 13 medicinal ingredients, there were still some differences if one looked closely. Perhaps other people wouldn't be able to tell, but this wasn't a problem for the alchemy emperor, Ling Han. Ling Han said, "This is the horn of a horned tiger. It's been ground into powder." Yi Wenbin was startled. Damn, that's right. Meng Hao was right. He really had been able to tell. If it was the former, then it could only be said that Ling Han's luck was really good. But if it was the latter, then this brat's ability to identify medicinal ingredients was too terrifying. But no matter if it was the former or the latter, he couldn't let Ling Han pass. Wrong. This is soaring firmament grass. Yi Wenbin shook his head. Ling Han couldn't help but fly into a rage. It was one thing for you to purposely make things difficult for him, but he had clearly answered correctly, so you deliberately said I was wrong. This was too much. You dare trick me, he said coldly. Yi Wenbin jumped in fright. He felt as if the person in front of him had transformed into a monarch. His majesty was boundless, causing a chill to rise from the bottom of his heart. But he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was a high-level alchemy apprentice. If he was afraid of a minor character who couldn't even be considered an alchemy apprentice, then where would his face be? If you're wrong, then you're wrong. Why do you have so many words? He said sternly. Ling Han looked coldly at Yi Wenbin. After a long while, he said, think carefully before you speak. Am I wrong or right? Are you threatening me? Shouted Yi Wenbin angrily. Ling Han smiled faintly. Whatever you think. If you're wrong, then you're wrong. Even if you have an enormous background, we won't act out of favoritism. Song Tao slammed the table and shouted. Ling Han looked at Yi Wenbin, Song Tao, and Dang Yingwei. Is that what you all think? What do you mean by this? Are you threatening all three of us? Shouted Song Tao. Ling Han smiled. Don't regret it. Ling Han, are you a sore loser? Tan Bing interrupted. All right. Ling Han nodded and turned to leave. Since you won't regret it, just wait and see. Yi Wenbin and the others looked coldly at Ling Han. They naturally wouldn't care about the threat of a nobody. Ling Han originally did not plan on taking the alchemy apprentice exam. He was aiming to become an alchemist, so naturally he would not care about the title of alchemy apprentice. But being bullied like this, he could not endure it. Am I a pushover? Ling Han walked out of the house and went to the main hall, where he asked people about the details of the pill refiner test. The alchemist examination was simple. All one had to do was concoct a pill on the spot. However, immortal pills required immortal medicines. If they failed, the price would be huge. If they didn't have absolute confidence, who would come here to burn money? Thus, the majority of people would start from a pill apprentice. After becoming a pill apprentice, one would have a chance to obtain ingredients for free every year and take the pill master test. It seemed that this sum of money could not be saved. Ling Han walked around and bought 3 sets of ingredients. These were the 3 supplementary ingredients needed to concoct the cold-resisting pill, which he lacked. Luckily, the cold-resisting pill was a foundation establishment-level pill. The main ingredient needed to be immortal medicines, but the supplementary ingredients did not need to be so precious. Thus, Ling Han used jade seeds to buy the 3 supplementary ingredients. Otherwise, he would not have Dao stones to pay for them. He found a pill attendant and requested to start the pill refiner test. Very quickly, 3 pill refiners arrived as witnesses. "What pill are you concocting?" a pill refiner asked. "Cold-resisting pill. A 1-star immortal pill. It is in line with the rules." The second pill refiner nodded. "Little Zhang, record it down." "Yes." A pill apprentice hurriedly answered and wrote down the details. "You, begin." The first pill refiner said to Ling Han. The Alchemy Alliance had many pill refinement rooms, and all kinds of arrays were set up to correspond to different types of pills. Ling Han chose a pill refinement room and started concocting. He did not need the help of a pill apprentice. He ground the ingredients into powder on the spot, then threw the ingredients into the array one after another. He controlled the amount of ingredients very precisely. Seeing how skilled Ling Han was, the 3 pill refiners all smiled. This was not a person who was here to waste their time. Moreover, Ling Han's method was unique, which made them think that they could use it as a reference and benefit a lot from it. The time needed to concoct an immortal grade pill was relatively long, and during this long period of time, one needed to be extremely focused. There could not be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, no matter which step was wrong, all previous efforts would go to waste. This required the support of a strong mental power, so mortals could never concoct immortal pills. Mental power was simply not enough. This cold resistance pill took about 3 hours to concoct. At the start, no one paid attention, but after an hour, when they found out that Ling Han was still concocting pills, it instantly attracted many people to watch. And after 2 hours, there were more and more people here. Most of them were pill apprentices. They did not need to watch the concoction of high-level pills, but rather the concoction of the lowest-level immortal pills, which was most beneficial to them. "Song Tao, Dang Yingwei, what are you guys still doing here? Someone is here to take the pill refiner test, and is about to succeed." Song Tao and the other 2 were talking to Tan Bing and the rest. This new pill apprentice was naturally worth celebrating, but someone suddenly popped his head in and said to them, Then we have to go take a look." Song Tao hurriedly nodded. Quick, quick, quick." Yuan Bin hurriedly followed. It takes a few years for a pill apprentice to become a pill refiner. This step is really difficult. Watching a pill apprentice successfully become a pill refiner is not only enlightening for us, it is also a great encouragement. "I wonder which high-level pill apprentice it is," Dang Yingwei also said. "Could it be Gu Ming or Zhong Luo?" "Neither. It's a person I've never seen before, and he is not a pill apprentice either. He directly started the pill refiner test," the pill apprentice who came to call people said. "So impressive." They all ran out to watch, including Tan Bing and the other 2. When they reached the pill refinement room, they saw that it was already crowded with a large group of people. There was no way to squeeze to the front to see through the observation window. Of course, one could not be disturbed while concocting pills. Therefore, other than Ling Han, there were only 3 pill refiners in charge of witnessing and a pill apprentice who was in charge of recording. The others could only watch from outside. "I can't see anything," Dang Yingwei complained. "Yeah, it's all people." Song Tao also nodded. They wanted to squeeze forward, but the people in front would not give way, so they could only shout helplessly. They wanted to leave, but they were somewhat unwilling and especially wanted to see the person who was taking the test. If they knew that the person inside was Ling Han, they would probably turn around and run as far as they could. After 3 hours, Ling Han called it a day. He reached out and grabbed, and there were already 3 spinning pills in his hand. They were all scarlet red like fire. Please appraise them. Ling Han spread his hands. The 3 pill refiners stepped forward and appraised the pills. 3 completed pills, all high grade. 3 completed pills, 2 high grade, 1 close to high grade. 3 completed pills, all high grade. The 3 pill refiners respectively reported, and the pill apprentice wrote down the 3 pill refiners' evaluations in detail. Our common conclusion, through. Chapter 3668. Pill refiners on the path of immortality were divided like this. Heaven, Earth, and Human, 3 major grades. Earth and Human grade pill refiners were further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, but a Heaven grade pill refiner was still a Heaven grade pill refiner. Thus, Ling Han was now a Human grade low-level pill refiner. After becoming a new alchemist, Ling Han could choose a pill recipe that corresponded to his current level from the pill recipe library of the Alchemy Alliance. If he wanted to obtain more pill recipes, then he would have to make contributions to the Alchemy Alliance. Ling Han's goal of becoming a pill refiner was to obtain pill formulas, so he decisively chose the Greenwood Spirit Mending Pill. If he took one, it would be equivalent to years of bitter cultivation, which was what Ling Han needed now. He looked at the pill formula. The main ingredient was the fox green wood, a 1-star celestial medicine that had to be at least 50 years old. The older it was, the better the effect of the Greenwood Spirit Mending Pill. He also needed 34 supplementary ingredients, all of which were secret grade and not hard to obtain. Ling Han quickly familiarized himself with the pill formula, but the fox green wood was not common. He could not buy it even if he had the money, so he could only put it aside for now. He sold the 3 cold-resisting pills to the Alchemy Alliance in exchange for 3 Dao stones and some contribution points. Once he had accumulated enough, he could exchange for new pill formulas at the Alchemy Alliance. After these matters were settled, it was already evening. Ling Han hurried back to the inn. On the way, he bought a geographical record, wanting to study the mystic moon star in detail. The Empress and the rest had already returned. The group ate dinner first and then rested. Ling Han flipped through the geographical record and had a basic understanding of the mystic moon star. In the Scarlet Fire's sacred ground, there is a blazing valley. Even sages do not dare to enter. It said that it was originally an ordinary valley, but at some unknown time, the heavens poured fire on it. Since then, it has never stopped burning. Even sages fear it. The possibility of it being the heavenly Dao fire is very high. There are still 3 months before the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. I will first pass the golden 9-floor pagoda and obtain a spot. Then, I will make a trip to the Blazing Valley and forge the mother gold. I'm a foundation establishment expert. It's too embarrassing if I don't know how to fly, isn't it? Ling Han made up his mind. He would cast the mother gold first before going to the Gold Origin Holy Land. The next morning, everyone woke up to cultivate. Ling Han didn't train with the others. He was a foundation establishment immortal. Once he cultivated, the power of heaven and earth around him would be absorbed by him. Not to mention those in the mortal realm, even those in the foundation establishment realm would be robbed by him. Therefore, he ran to a place further away to cultivate. Half an hour later, Ling Han returned to the inn. He was stunned because there were many strangers outside the inn. All of them had fierce expressions, but none of them were at the level of the celestial path. Ling Han walked over but was blocked by those people. Get lost, go to another house. What's up? Ling Han casually waved his hand. Those people instantly fell to the ground. How could they possibly stop him? He strode in, killing intent rising in his heart. If these people were targeting the Empress and the others, then he would definitely start a massacre. You're still covering your face. What, can't you show your face? A woman's voice was heard. Ling Han immediately recognized that it was Zhuo Dai. She had come to seek revenge. Ling Han nodded internally. Zhuo Dai had been stripped of her status as an alchemy apprentice, so she would definitely be displeased. However, Ling Han hadn't expected that his status as an alchemist wouldn't be enough to scare the other party. Logically speaking, alchemists should have a transcendent status, right? Moreover, this matter was provoked by Zhuo Dai and the others in the first place, and Ling Han was also a victim. Ling Han walked into the main hall, and saw that there were many people who looked like servants at a glance. All of them had fierce expressions, and wore the same gray warrior robes. There were only 3 exceptions: Tan Bing, Zhuo Dai, and Sun Xiaolong. As it turned out, not only Zhuo Dai, but the other 2 had also come. They surrounded the Empress, Hunyo, and the milk babies. However, the Empress and the others didn't take these people seriously at all. They were eating breakfast, and all of their appetites were quite good, as if they weren't affected at all. "Looks like you guys haven't received enough of a lesson," Ling Han said, his voice cold. These people actually dared to stretch their claws towards the people around him. They really deserve to die. I thought you ran away in fear, but you actually dared to come back." Tan Bing snorted. "It's all because of you that we wasted 3 years of time. Do you think that just because you're an alchemist, we won't dare to touch you? You're just a human-grade low-level. Even if we beat you up, would the Alchemy Alliance dare to come to our house to cause trouble?" Sun Xiaolong followed up. They belonged to the top 10 clans of the city, and each of them had a caste tripod tier ancestor. This was the source of their arrogance. "What do you guys want?" Ling Han said indifferently. "First beat you up, then make you kneel in front of us and repent," Tan Bing said. "Don't worry, we will definitely do our best to make it unforgettable for your entire life," Sun Xiaolong added. Zhuo Dai's expression was dark as she said, "We also want to castrate him. Doesn't this guy have 2 women? We want him to only be able to look at them and not touch them. TSK, this woman is so vicious." "Right." Tan Bing and Sun Xiaolong were startled for a moment before they nodded. Ling Han asked them what they wanted. He wanted an eye for an eye. Whatever they wanted to do to him, he would return it to them. "Since you sowed the seeds, you have to reap the consequences," he said indifferently. Swish, his figure charged out. Activating so near, yet worlds apart, he instantly appeared in front of Sun Xiaolong. After stepping into the path of immortality, Ling Han could already completely control this movement skill. He was no longer able to travel 50 kilometers with a single step. Instead, he was fast, ridiculously fast. Sun Xiaolong only saw a blur in front of him, and there was already another person. As a martial artist, his reaction wasn't slow. He immediately shook his hands and slapped at Ling Han. But how could he be faster than Ling Han? Ling Han took out the gravestone fragment and smashed the top of his head with a brick. Sun Xiaolong immediately fell down. It was fortunate that he was in the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, this brick would have been enough to make his head explode. But he wasn't much better off. His forehead was swollen and swollen. In the future, he would also be plagued by bad luck, and he would suffer. Ling Han cracked a smile, and turned to look at Tan Bing. Tan Bing couldn't help but take a step back. He felt a chill in his heart, but just as he took a step back, he found that Ling Han was already standing where he was before. The brick in his hand swung up and smashed down heavily at him. "Ah!" He let out a short scream and immediately followed in Sun Xiaolong's footsteps, lying on the ground. There was still one left. Zhuo Dai turned pale with fright and hurriedly screamed, "What are you all still standing there for? Go, go!" The servants hurriedly pulled out their weapons and rushed over, but it wasn't easy for Ling Han to deal with them. Wang, he released a murderous aura. Instantly, these people all fell to the ground. All of their eyes rolled back as if they had received a huge shock and lost consciousness. Chapter 3669. Zhuodai couldn't help but take a few steps back. Boundless fear rose up in her. How terrifying was this person in front of her? He had knocked over a foundation building cultivator with a single brick. She didn't know what technique he had used, but all the mortal tier servants had fallen to the ground, especially the latter. This was too terrifying. Which foundation building cultivator could be so strong? At first, she had thought that with Tan Bing and Sun Niu teaming up, defeating an alchemist would be a piece of cake. Who didn't know that alchemists only had slightly stronger mental power, but their battle prowess was incredibly weak? But now? It was completely not like that. Ling Han's battle prowess was not weak, but astonishingly strong. What kind of monster had she encountered? Ling Han smiled. A woman's heart is the most vicious. As expected, it is true. Zhuodai forced herself to calm down, and shouted at Ling Han, "What do you want?" "Don't worry, you are so ugly, no one will have any ideas about you," Ling Han said calmly, then turned to the Empress and the others, and said, "Men can be castrated, but how can women be castrated?" The Empress was proud, and only made a beheading gesture. Hu Niu, meanwhile, bit her finger as she thought, and the large black dog jumped over, continuously waving his paws, barking. No one could understand a dog's barking, but Ling Han understood its meaning. "You said, destroy her face?" The large black dog nodded repeatedly. "But she is already so ugly, so there is not much meaning in destroying her face." Ling Han was troubled. Zhuodai was furious. How was she ugly? Though she could not be called an exquisite beauty, she still belonged to the ranks of beauties, and had nothing to do with the word ugly. But this was not the main point. She was really afraid that Ling Han would destroy her face, and was currently retreating quietly. As long as she could escape from here, she would immediately ask for help from the ancestors of her clan. Actually daring to provoke the Zhuo clan, he was seeking death. "You can't escape." Ling Han swung out the brick. "Pa!" Zhuodai instantly fell to the ground. Towards those who wanted to harm him, there was naturally no need to be polite. Ling Han castrated both Tan Bing and Sun Xiaolong. The large black dog leaped over and gave Zhuodai's face a good beating. Then, it barked at Ling Han, indicating that it was done. Ling Han looked at Zhuodai's messy face and shook his head. This would definitely leave an unrecoverable scar. So be it, let her remember this lesson forever. Let's go. They left the inn, left White Knight City, and rushed to Quicksand City. Compared to White Knight City, Quicksand City was a big city. There were Life Core realm experts here, and there was also the Golden 9-story pagoda. As long as he passed the Golden 9-story pagoda, he would be able to obtain a ticket to the second stage of the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. 4 days later, they arrived at Quicksand City. On the way, the Empress, Hu Niu, and the large black dog all reached 20 meridians, and even opened 100 meridians. The next step was to break through to the blood transformation tier. Ling Han had enough treasure fruits of life, so after finding an inn in Quicksand City, the two people and the dog started their breakthroughs. Ling Han stood guard for them. Half a day later, they entered the blood transformation realm. Although they couldn't be considered elites, they were stronger than ordinary people, and their lifespan had also increased by a large margin. With Ling Han standing guard for them, the Empress and the others naturally had a much easier path than Ling Han's. The cultivation techniques were prepared, and there was no need to worry about the treasure fruits of life. They only needed to focus on cultivation. Only then did Ling Han go to the Golden 9-story tower. After obtaining this qualification, he would go to the Blazing Valley and first forge the mother gold into the embryonic form of an emperor tool. Otherwise, what was the point of hiding a precious piece of mother gold? He came alone. In any case, it was just a trip, so there was no need to call the Empress and the others. The Golden 9-story pagoda was really made of gold. From the outside, it was a dazzling golden color. Because it was daytime, there were some people here. However, there weren't many people qualified to challenge the Golden 9-story pagoda. Most people were just here to join in the fun. Now, there were obviously people challenging the golden 9-story pagoda. The 7th floor was lit up. But just as Ling Han arrived, he saw that the 7th floor had darkened, and the 8th floor was lit up. The 8th floor. Only 2 floors left. As expected of Han Xian. This time, he is going to soar. To be able to pass the golden 9-story pagoda means that he is comparable to a 1-star genius. He can be accepted as a disciple of the Holy Land. Everyone sighed. Most of the people here had passed the silver 9-story pagoda, but they were blocked in the golden 9-story pagoda. Even after years of tempering, they still couldn't pass. In comparison, Han Xian had just stepped into the immortal path, but he already had hopes of passing the golden 9-story pagoda. It was truly enviable. In just a moment, the 8th floor darkened, and the 9th floor lit up. That's Han Xian. When Ling Han went to the black iron 9-story pagoda to train, he encountered Han Xian and almost got cut in line. Now that Han Xian had entered the golden 9-story pagoda, it was said that this guy had passed the black iron and silver 9-story pagoda. Now that Ling Han couldn't enter, he could only wait. The 9th floor is still lit up. It's still fighting. It's been 15 minutes. Truly powerful. To be able to fight for so long is enough to prove his strength. It's dark. Did he pass or fail? Let's wait and see. In just a moment, the golden pagoda opened and a person walked out. Han Xian. His face was flushed and he looked very pleased with himself. Clearly, he had successfully passed the golden 9-story pagoda. Otherwise, he would be crazy if he was still so happy. The people nearby congratulated him, although it was unknown how many of them were sincere. Han Xian was very pleased with himself. He nodded at the people around him as he walked. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and stared at a person in front of him. It was actually him, Ling Han. Of course, he remembered Ling Han. At that time, he wanted to show off to Ling Han after passing through the black iron pagoda. Who would have thought that after he came out, Ling Han had completely disappeared? Are you afraid now? He was a little pleased, but also a little unhappy. Ling Han actually dared to ignore him. This was contempt towards him. He didn't expect to meet Ling Han here again. What a coincidence. He smiled. Ling Han didn't pay him any attention. He didn't have time to waste on such trash. He strode towards the golden pagoda. Impudent. I'm talking to you. Han Xian shouted angrily. It's over. This kid actually dared to offend Han Xian. That's the pride of the Violet Fang sect. His future achievements are limitless. Kid, hurry up and beg for mercy from young Master Han. Maybe he'll let you go. The crowd was also discussing spiritedly. Some of them even suggested to Ling Han. No one was optimistic about him. After all, Han Xian had already proven his strength and talent, and he even had the powerful Violet Fang sect behind him. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Han Xian's anger actually subsided. He looked arrogantly at Ling Han and said, "Kneel and beg for your life. I can spare your life." Ling Han laughed. "I don't think I've offended you, but you want to kill me. What kind of reasoning is that?" "Because I'm stronger than you. Because this is a world where the strong prey on the weak." Han Xian snorted and said loudly. Chapter 3670. Ling Han shook his head. "You can do whatever you want if you're strong." "Of course." Han Xian sneered. "So, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for not becoming an expert." "I understand." Ling Han nodded. "Then kneel." Han Xian was a little impatient. Ling Han smiled. "Kneel and beg me. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life." Ha 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 ha. Han Xian was stunned at first, but then he laughed. What a joke. Someone actually dared to ask him to kneel and beg for his life. Do you think you're a Taoist of a great sect? I don't know what you're talking about. Han Xian strode towards Ling Han. Since you're so stubborn, I'll send you on your way. It's over. Sigh, why did he have to go head-on against Han Xian? He's the most outstanding disciple of the Purple Fang sect's younger generation. Being able to pass the Golden Pagoda is enough to prove that he's a one-star genius, or at least has battle prowess comparable to a one-star genius. He asked for it. He's already given a chance, but he didn't grasp it. Does this kid still think he's learning in his own sect? Others will still care about friendship. Serves him right. The surrounding people shook their heads. None of them sympathized with Ling Han. This world was too realistic. If you didn't have the strength, you had to lower your head. Otherwise, don't complain about running into a wall. Han Xian approached Ling Han, but what surprised him was that Ling Han didn't escape. Instead, he stood on the spot and waited for him. Oh, this kid knew he couldn't escape, so he just kneeled and accepted his fate. At least you have some self-awareness, he said and reached out to grab Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, raised his hand, and slapped at Han Xian. Han Xian was furious. You actually want to slap me? It seemed like the other party didn't accept his fate at all. Instead, he had made up his mind to resist. But a moment later, he turned pale with fright. Ling Han's palm was too fast, and it just happened to pass through his defense, leaving him with nowhere to hide or block. Pa! Before he could finish this thought, he had already suffered a heavy slap. The huge force caused him to fall to the ground. He felt his ears ringing, and he almost fainted. There was dead silence. What's going on? Why didn't Han Xian take a single slap from Ling Han and fall to the ground? What kind of genius are you? Han Xian struggled to get up. He shook his head, trying to wake himself up. His face was flushed red. No matter what the reason was, he had no excuse for being slapped. With a flash of cold light, a long sword appeared in his hand, densely covered with veined patterns. Die! He roared and swung his sword. This was a magic treasure. As the sword slashed out, the body of the sword shone and slashed out a magnificent sword chi. Upon closer inspection, this sword chi was actually formed from runes, and it was slicing towards Ling Han. Ling Han threw out a punch to meet the sword chi. Pang, pang, pang. Shockingly, as soon as the sword chi collided, the runes actually exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave. Interesting. Ling Han smiled slightly. No wonder Han Xian was so arrogant. He did have some strength, and not only did he know how to be arrogant. However, this kind of strength was completely insufficient in front of Ling Han. The difference was too great. With a thought, a screen of starlight appeared, and the attacking shockwave instantly disappeared. You also take a finger from me. Ling Han used the immortal conquering finger. Xiao, a beam of energy shot out, shooting towards Han Xian. Han Xian met the attack and easily blocked it. I was just careless just now. He recovered his confidence, and attacked again and again. The runes transformed into sword chi, forming a large explosion. Can I do the same? Ling Han thought. The reason he hadn't knocked Han Xian over with a single punch was because he wanted to test it out. He continued to attack with his finger. Xiao, xiao, xiao. After attacking more than 100 times, another beam of energy shot out, this time with the light of runes flashing. Success. Ling Han smiled, and when he attacked again, there were a few more runes in the energy, which shot towards Han Xian. Peng, Han Xian tried to dispel it, but the runes detonated, forming a large explosion. Han Xian didn't think that Ling Han was secretly learning. This kind of attack with runes attached was very common, and belonged to the basic level. He could never have imagined that Ling Han, who could contend with him, didn't even know the basics. How could he know that Ling Han was completely unorthodox? After stepping onto the path of immortality, No one had taught him how to cultivate, and he had completely relied on his own exploration. In 10 moves, I'll kill you. His confidence grew stronger and stronger. Ling Han smiled, and once again attacked with his finger. It was still the immortal conquering finger, but this time, it was completely formed from runes. This was terrifying. Han Xian swung out his sword to dispel it, but it caused a large explosion, and he was instantly sent flying. Ling Han nodded. To put it bluntly, these runes were a cultivator's comprehension of the power of heaven and earth, but they were directly materialized, and at the same time, they were more condensed, and thus formed an explosion. In this way, the attack power was naturally even stronger. Ling Han punched out again, and the runes condensed into a golden fist, which smashed towards Han Xian. This was not as simple as runes, but also contained metallic energy. How powerful was Ling Han? He could completely crush Han Xian, and his opponent couldn't resist this attack. His defense was forcibly smashed open. At this moment, the runes exploded. Peng, 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 boundless energy exploded on Han Xian's body, sending blood and flesh flying. When the fist force surged over, a terrifying scene appeared. Shockingly, a hole had appeared in Han Xian's chest. It was at least a foot wide, and it went through from front to back. Even Ling Han was given a fright. His punch could indeed kill Han Xian, but when he had punched out just now, he hadn't intended to kill his opponent. He had only wanted to test the effect of the runes and high-level energy. He didn't expect that the destructive power would be so strong that it directly blew up Han Xian's body. The breath of an expert of the immortal path was long. Even if all his internal organs were gone, Han Xian still hadn't died. He lowered his head to look, and his face was full of disbelief. He was so powerful, how could he not even block a single move from Ling Han? He was so outstanding, and his future was bright. How could he die here? He looked at Ling Han, and regret flashed in his eyes. If he had known that this person was so powerful, he wouldn't have provoked him. What enmity did they have? What grudges? Unfortunately, it was too late. Peng! Han Xian fell head first onto the ground. If he was at the realm of true self, he wouldn't have died even with such heavy injuries. At most, he could just change his body and start over. But now, he could only be swallowed by death. Dead. The entire place was silent. No one could say anything. Qian Qian was dead. The genius of the Violet Square sect was dead. How could Ling Han be so powerful? He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Just a simple, ordinary punch was enough to kill Han Xian. Many people were shaking their heads in their hearts. Who asked Qian Qian to be so arrogant? The other party didn't even intend to care about him, but he just had to step forward. Now, he had even lost his little life. Serves him right. Chapter 3672. This person also had connate Dao water, or was his strength heaven-defying? This person also had connate Dao water, or was his strength heaven-defying? Ling Han could clearly see that this person didn't have a water shield around him. Instead, he was covered in fire runes that were effectively absorbing the power of the flames. This was an expert, and one that was extremely powerful. He could actually walk so freely in such a deep place. The other party had also seen him. The power of the flames here was too terrifying. Divine sense couldn't be used, so he could only rely on his eyes to see. That was why Ling Han had discovered this person even earlier, because he had an eye technique. It was an old man with a head full of scarlet hair. His eyes were like copper bells, and he wore white linen clothes. He didn't have a single ornament on him, but he gave off an invincible aura. He was surprised at first, but then he nodded and muttered to himself, so it's connate Dao water. To be able to recognize connate Dao water at a glance, this old man wasn't simple. Of course, being able to appear here with his own strength was already a testament to the old man's strength. Very good. This old man wants to obtain fire crystals and comprehend the method to communicate with high-level fire energy. In this area, the number of fire crystals is limited. If there's Khanate Dao water, then this old man can go deeper, the old man muttered to himself again, but his voice was very loud, and he wasn't afraid that Ling Han would hear him. Fuck. Without another word, Ling Han directly ran into the depths of the canyon. Why didn't he run back? First, he couldn't waste the Khanate Dao water. Second, and most importantly, this old man was too powerful. If he ran back, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only enter the depths of the canyon and rely on the heavenly Dao flames there to stop him. As for how he would come out, that was a matter for the future. Right now, the most important thing was to escape. Trying to run, the old man said indifferently as he chased after Ling Han. With the difference in strength between the two of them, the old man should be able to easily catch up to Ling Han, but it was different here. The power of the flames was too terrifying, forcing the old man to use 99% of his strength to resist. This naturally greatly affected his speed. On the other hand, Ling Han had the protection of the water shield, so he didn't have to worry about Hui Yen. All he needed to do was run as fast as he could. One was running while the other was chasing. Although the old man had the upper hand in terms of speed, it would take some time for him to catch up to Ling Han. What's the point? The hemp-robed old man had already reached his limit. If he continued to run, even he wouldn't be able to endure the power of the flames, and he wouldn't be able to keep up. He was obviously aware of this as well, and his brows couldn't help but twitch as he brazenly attacked. Boom! Boundless power condensed, transforming into a huge flaming hand that grabbed toward Ling Han. This palm was incomparably terrifying. Endless symbols surged within the flames, as if a fire god was angered and wanted to burn the world to ashes. But it was useless. The flaming hand descended, but it kept melting. The power of fire here was too terrifying. Even though the hemp-robed elder had also unleashed a fire attribute attack, it still rapidly disintegrated. The hemp-robed old man frowned. He knew that this would happen. He had only attacked to scare Ling Han. He immediately mobilized his spirit, suppressing with a life force that was countless times higher than his. This was the pressure of a high-level martial artist, used to deter low-level martial artists, and it was a sure kill. Boom! The pressure surged over, but Ling Han wasn't affected at all. He continued to run quickly. This time, the hemp-robed old man was truly astonished. Who was he? The venerable Dragon Flame. Among the 4 supreme elites, he was the strongest below the saints. It had been a very long time since a saint had appeared on this planet. He was definitely the strongest, but his pressure was actually ineffective against Ling Han. How strange was this? No wonder this brat had a saint tool on him. That was impossible. Which holy land would hand a saint tool to a puny Foundation establishment cultivator? Wouldn't they be afraid that it would be snatched away? After chasing for another 2 steps, the hemp-robed old man suddenly stopped. He didn't dare to go any further. Otherwise, it would be an act of seeking death. However, even if this brat had Khanate Dao water, there would come a time when it would be used up. Wouldn't he come out? He would just wait for the hair to come out. Ling Han sped forward. The water shield was being depleted rapidly. He had no choice but to drink another drop of Khanate Dao water to maintain the water shield's operation. Old bastard, he said in his heart. Just because he had Khanate Dao water, he wanted to forcefully take him down. How shameless. However, for the old man to be able to go so deep, his strength should be terrifying enough to shake the world. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to take revenge in a short time. If others knew about this, they would definitely cry out in madness. Are you crazy? He's a sovereign, and your first reaction isn't how to escape, but when can you take revenge? You're really bold. Ling Han put everything aside first. He came to the depths of the Valley of Flames. There was a pit here that had been smashed out. It wasn't big, about 10 feet in radius and 10 feet deep. Here, the power of flames was at its peak. Ling Han looked out from afar. Even if he had Khanate Dao water, he didn't dare to touch the flames here. He saw that the boiling flames in the pit were all symbols, but they were indescribably profound. This is high-level flame energy, Ling Han said in his heart. They were both high-level flame energy, but there was still a difference. This could be seen through the level of the spirit diagram. Different flame spirit diagrams could communicate with completely different flame energy. Here, it might have reached the peak of flame energy, and even saints could be easily burned to death. Ling Han's heart palpitated. Were these symbols the profound meaning of communicating with the supreme flame energy? He thought, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately followed the refining method taught by Wuxia and attached a wisp of his divine sense to the mother gold. Then, he threw the mother gold into the pit of flames. Boom! The symbols immediately jumped wildly and surrounded the mother gold, trying to smelt it. But what kind of existence was the mother gold? The supreme flame that could easily burn saints to death seemed to have no effect on it at all. The mother gold didn't change in the slightest. It didn't even turn red. Chaotic chi fell, and the power of lightning rose gently. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry. If the mother gold could be smelted so easily, could it still be called mother gold? He drank Khanate Dao water to replenish his water shield while studying the flame symbols. Even if he could only grasp a little, it should be of great benefit to him. A guess flashed through his mind. Was the destructive energy also of the supreme level, or was it close to the supreme level? This thought flashed through his mind, and Ling Han naturally turned his attention to studying the flame symbols. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly. Khanate Dao water was consumed very quickly. Fortunately, there was still a lot of it. Since Great Emperor Wuya had left behind a fortuitous encounter for his descendants, he must have made sufficient preparations. Every morning, Ling Han wanted to cultivate, but the flame energy here was too terrifying. It suppressed the power of heaven and earth, and he couldn't cultivate at all. Fortunately, he was prepared and brought food. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to absorb the power of heaven and earth, and he wouldn't have anything to eat or drink. He would really starve to death here. Chapter 3673. For days, 5 days, 6 days passed, but there was no change in the mother gold. What a terrifying fellow. Chaotic chi descended and resisted the flame energy, not losing at all. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. The mother gold was indeed amazing. It wasn't refined and was just a pure material, but it was already so amazing. No wonder it could sweep the world after merging with the power of the ancestral monarch. One had to know that even the great emperors would grow old one day, but the mother gold wouldn't. It was everlasting, immortal through myriad tribulations. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry. According to Wuxia, even in a land of extreme fire, the mother gold would need to be smelted for a full 36 days before there would be any change. Wait. More than 10 days later, Ling Han's mouth was dry. Even with the protection of the water shield, he still felt extremely hot. It wasn't just on the physical level, but also on the spiritual level. There seemed to be a flame planted in his sea of consciousness, spreading continuously until it formed a great fire and burned him to ashes. Ling Han persevered. Secret power flowed continuously in his body, and the foundation of the immortal Tao emitted an ancient desolate chi, suppressing the terrifying flame energy. This was truly terrifying. Even though Ling Han was only trying to figure out the flame symbol, he was already drawing fire to himself. Even so, Ling Han didn't stop. As long as he could hold on, he wouldn't give up. 20 days, 30 days. Ling Han was now dehydrated and shriveled. It was guaranteed that no one would be able to recognize him. He was now completely a dried corpse. The only difference was that he still had one more breath. He had some ideas. He said in his heart, a faint smile on his lips. This flame symbol was too difficult to grasp. He had focused on studying it and finally made some progress. 32 days, 35 days, 36 days. Ling Han discovered that the mother gold was finally showing signs of softening. It didn't melt, just soften. This was already the limit. Even the heavenly Tao flame couldn't truly melt the mother gold. Ling Han's wisp of divine sense worked. It was protected by the chaotic qi and wasn't burned by the flame. His divine sense operated and fused with the mother gold. What kind of cultivation does he have? What right does he have to sacrifice a precious tool refined from mother gold? There was only one way, and that was to fuse his soul with the mother gold. From then on, the mother gold would be like a part of his body, and it would naturally be easy to use it. He used the heavenly Tao flame to burn for 36 days. There was only one goal, and that was to soften and loosen the mother gold. This way, his divine soul could be spread to every corner of the mother gold and perfectly fuse with it. Fortunately, the mother gold did not have a life. Otherwise, such a powerful existence could crush his soul with just a slight thought. Bit by bit, Ling Han calmed down and spread his soul. At this point, he naturally did not have the energy to study the flame symbols anymore. In comparison, refining the gold source was definitely more important. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. Ling Han made some progress every day. The heavenly Tao flame was still burning. Although it was unable to refine the mother gold, it kept the mother gold in a slightly soft state, creating the conditions for Ling Han's divine soul to fuse with it. 9 heavens. Ling Han smiled. He had finally fused his divine sense with the mother gold. Transform. Ling Han held the mother gold left and right, and with the power of the heavenly Tao flame, he began to shape the mother gold. What kind of artifact should the mother gold be forged into? Ling Han considered many things. For example, the sword, the king of weapons. One sword could cut the sky and dazzle the universe. For example, the saber, extremely domineering, one saber could break the sky. And the cauldron, the important artifact of the country. The wielder of the cauldron controlled the world. However, Ling Han still preferred the tower. After his rebirth, the first artifact was the Black Tower. It accompanied him for countless years, and he also had feelings for it. The Black Tower belonged to the Heavenly Lord of Origin Birth, so he would forge a pagoda-shaped artifact that belonged to him. It was decided. In the fire pit, the mother gold was changing shape. The heavenly Tao flame could not melt it, but with the control of Ling Han's spirit, he could mold the mother gold. There was no power in the world that could change the mother gold, apart from the mother gold itself. The shape of a small tower appeared. Ling Han refined it further, and 9 floors appeared on the body of the tower, which became more and more detailed. As the mother gold, it naturally could not be so simple. Every floor of the tower formed an independent space, and was very large. However, Ling Han's mental power was limited. After reaching a certain degree, he could not open it any further. It was fine. His spirit had already fused with the mother gold, and as his spirit became stronger, he would naturally be able to continue opening spaces. The purpose of coming here was to let his spirit fuse with the mother gold. This could only be done when the heavenly Tao flame had melted the mother gold until it was slightly soft. Come, Ling Han said easily, and the tower forged from the mother gold spun and flew towards him. It hung above his head, and qi of primal chaos descended. Lightning intersected, and it was like a great weapon that carried out punishment on behalf of the heavens. This qi of primal chaos was extremely heavy, and could crush everything, while the power of lightning was unparalleled, and could destroy everything. Of course, Ling Han's present strength was not enough, and he could only use a little bit of the power of the two. However, in the foundation building tier, he should not be able to find an opponent. Ling Han laughed heartily. A foundation building tier cultivator already had the strongest treasure. Who in the world could compare? Unfortunately, this was built by him, so it naturally could not have the power of a sovereign weapon. It only had endless growth and potential. In the future, you will be called the Chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Ling Han wanted to leave, but just as he lifted his foot, his heart moved, and he looked towards the fire pit. Could he collect some flames? Although he did not dare to touch the flames, didn't he still have the Chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower? Collect. He took out the tower and went above the fire pit. With a thought, the space of the 9th floor of the tower opened, and it began to absorb the flames. It really could be done. This feels great. However, after the heavenly Tao flame entered the space of the tower, it immediately dispersed from the flame symbol, as if it had shattered. It was originally only the size of a fist, but now it had become a sea of fire. As a result, although the space of the tower was very large, there was not much flames collected. Not much, not much. Again. Ling Han filled the entire space of the tower with heavenly Tao flame, or rather, heavenly Tao flame that was one level lower. The heavenly Tao flame could burn saints to death. If it was one level lower, it shouldn't be difficult to burn supremacies to death, right? How many saints were there in the world? Supremacies should be the strongest power in the universe. If he could burn even supremacies to death, how awesome would his trump card be? If that old bastard is waiting for me outside, I'll burn him to death with fire. Ling Han murmured and then strode out of the valley. He didn't have much Khanate Dao water left. If he didn't leave, he would be burned to death here. Putting away the Chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower, Ling Han flew away and quickly left the deepest part of the valley. The power of the flames had greatly decreased, and the consumption of the water shield had also slowed down. Brat, do you really think you can escape from me? A faint voice rang out, and the old man in hemp appeared again. Dragon Flame Supremacy. Ling Han was confident and naturally wasn't afraid. He retreated into the depths of the valley. In such a place of extreme fire, he could greatly weaken his opponent. Otherwise, he would die as soon as his opponent attacked, and he wouldn't even have the chance to take out the heavenly Tao flame. Old bastard, is there something wrong with you? Did I offend you? Chapter 3674. The Venerable Dragon Flame could understand that Ling Han had some complaints, but this brat was too audacious. He actually dared to call him an old man. He was a venerable, the strongest expert below the saints. You're courting death, he said darkly. He raised his hand and grabbed towards Ling Han. If Ling Han had been respectful towards him, then perhaps he would have observed Ling Han for a while. If Ling Han's talent was good enough, he would not have minded taking him in as a disciple. But after Ling Han's scolding, he naturally would not have such thoughts. Who cared if you were a genius or not? In front of a venerable, you were all dust and dregs. The large hand grabbed over. It was as if even the stars in the sky could be easily grabbed and brought down. The power of a venerable was boundlessly terrifying. However, Ling Han laughed coldly. With a thought, the Chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower appeared. Then, a layer of space opened up, and towering flames surged. The Chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower itself could only be considered a one-star magic tool. However, it was extremely sturdy, and even a saint could not possibly destroy it. But now that it was filled with heavenly Tao fire, its power was different. This weakened version of heavenly Tao fire might not be able to burn a saint to death, but the Venerable Dragon Flame was not a saint either. The flames surged, burning everything to ashes. What? The Venerable Dragon Flame exclaimed, and hurriedly retreated. He did not even dare to touch such flames. But here, the power of the flames was too strong, and he could not retreat quickly. The surging flames chased after his buttocks. Their speed was slightly faster, and they were getting closer and closer. However, the Venerable Dragon Flame was running out of the valley, and his speed was also getting faster and faster. Although the flames were catching up, their speed was getting slower and slower. In the end, they still caught up. The Venerable Dragon Flame screamed. His buttocks had been burned. He made a prompt decision. Using his hand as a blade, he chopped downwards. Blood surged, and half of his buttocks were instantly chopped off, preventing the flames from spreading to his entire body. Even so, some of the fire poison still entered his body, causing him great trouble. The venerable dragon flame turned around and looked deeply at Ling Han, but his feet moved even faster. Xiao, he instantly disappeared without a trace. He was seriously injured, and the first thing he needed to do now was to expel the fire poison. Otherwise, even if he were to break his thigh, he would still die. This was a great humiliation. He actually suffered such a great loss in the hands of a foundational cultivator. That's a holy weapon. Only a sage tool could contain such a terrifying heavenly flame that could even burn a venerable to death. His eyes turned red. This child was definitely not the inheritor of some holy land on the mystic moon planet, because he had seen all the holy artifacts on this planet before, and none of them were in the shape of a tower. He would recover from his injuries, then find Ling Han, kill him, and steal his weapon. Ling Han was probably the first person in history to injure a Venerable One as a Foundation establishment cultivator and be hated by the Venerable One, right? Due to the existence of the Mother Gold and the heavenly Tao flame, the impossible had become a reality. The heavens and earth were truly marvelous. It was a pity that he had wasted the heavenly Tao flame of the first floor. Ling Han pondered for a moment. He still had some connate Tao water left, so he decided to make another trip to the bottom of the valley. He decisively returned and filled up the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda before leaving the Valley of Flames. After this trip, there were only 5 drops of connate Tao water left, which was completely not enough to enter the valley again. The Mother Gold can completely resist the heavenly Tao flame, so can it protect me and let me reach the bottom of the valley? Ling Han was curious. He didn't dare to test it inside the valley. If it didn't work, he would be directly burned to ashes. He took out the pagoda and let it hang above his head. Streams of chaotic aura fell down, and then he strode into the valley. The heat waves attacked him, but they were blocked by the chaotic aura and couldn't invade at all. Zhen Ling Han was overjoyed. In this case, even if he didn't have connate Tao water, he could still come here and continuously replenish the heavenly Tao flame. However, he soon discovered that this was just a beautiful wish. He went a little deeper, but he still felt the heat waves. If he went a little further, it would also cause him harm. Even with the protection of the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda, it was impossible for him to reach the bottom of the valley. Ling Han could only retreat. When he came out of the valley again, he not only drank water madly, but also soaked himself in the water and absorbed the power of heaven and earth, even if he could only draw a sliver of it now. His shriveled body quickly became plump, and in less than half an hour, he returned to normal. Whew! He exhaled, but there was actually a sliver of fire in his breath. Even with the protection of connate Tao water, after so many days, a sliver of fire poison had accumulated in his body. Thankfully, now that he was out of the Valley of Flames, he took another drop of connate Tao water, and the fire poison was finally completely dispelled. The monarch weapon was refined, and he burned an old bastard. Ling Han was in a very good mood. He finally had a true trump card that could even stand against a venerable tier. Ling Han, why did you come back so late? Niu missed you so much. When Ling Han found the Empress and the others, who Niu was the first to jump over, and like an octopus, she wrapped herself around Ling Han's body. Ling Han laughed loudly. Didn't I say it before? I would need close to 2 months' time. Niu doesn't care, Niu just missed you. Hu Niu clung onto Ling Han's body, unwilling to let go. Father, I want a hug. I want a hug. The 7 children squeezed over as well. They obviously had to join in on the excitement. All right, we should leave here, Ling Han said with a smile. Better to hurry. Who knew if that old bastard would send people to kill him? Ling Han now had a trump card to deal with venerable tiers, but any cast tripod tier would be able to beat him to a pulp. How many times could he summon the heavenly Tao fire? So, it was better to escape quickly. Did you get into trouble again? The Empress asked. She was the one who understood Ling Han. Ling Han laughed dryly. I think I provoked a venerable tear, and half of his but was burned away. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Even Tang Yuner rolled her eyes. She was already good at causing trouble, but compared to Ling Han, she paled in comparison. They were not on the same level at all. One had to know that her grandfather and maternal grandfather were only venerable tears. Handsome pot, you're bragging, right? She didn't believe it. How could a mere foundation building tear injure a venerable tear? The gap between them was boundless. Hee, believe it or not, it's up to you. Ling Han patted the little girl's shoulder. They quickly left, and only after returning to the territory of the Gold Origin Holy Land did they all breathe a sigh of relief. It's time to go to the Gold Origin Fruit Festival. The territory of the Gold Origin Holy Land and the Gold Origin Holy Land were two different things. In terms of surface area, the Gold Origin Holy Land was only 1/10,000th of the size of the Gold Origin Holy Land. Ling Han and the others traveled for another 2 days before arriving at the real Gold Origin Holy Land. It was truly grand and incomparable. A majestic peak pierced through the clouds. It was unknown how tall it was, and there was a golden mist lingering around the mountain. Divine light shone brightly, and from time to time, red-crowned cranes could be seen flying by. It was like a paradise. This was only the most intuitive impression. If one tried to sense it, they would find that the power of heaven and earth here was extremely rich. When cultivating here, it was no weaker than when the sun rose in other places. What would it be like to cultivate here in the morning? That was why this place was qualified to be called a holy land. Chapter 3676. Ling Han would never have thought that he would offend someone even though he had come here in a very ordinary manner. Of course, he did not care. So be it. It was no big deal. Lu Lin was very enthusiastic. She chattered along the way and introduced the Golden Origin Holy Land to Ling Han. The Holy Land was divided into 7 areas. Foundation establishment disciples like them could only move around in the first 3 areas. The last 4 areas were forbidden areas. If they trespassed, they would be beaten up, and if it was more serious, they would be expelled from the sect. You want to participate in the Golden Origin Fruit Festival, not join the Holy Land? Lu Lin could not help but exclaim after learning of Ling Han's thoughts. This was the Golden Origin Holy Land. No matter where it was in the vast sea of stars, it could be said to be supreme. If you could join the Holy Land, why would you be so picky? Ling Han smiled. I don't have such thoughts for the time being. You really are a strange person. Lu Lin shook her head. All right, you have your own thoughts. She brought Ling Han to a building complex and arranged for Ling Han to live in a house. The people living here are all going to participate in the Golden Origin Fruit Festival in 13 days. Wait for me to inform them. Okay, thank you. Ling Han nodded. After Lu Lin left, Ling Han walked into the house, closed the door, and began to study array formations. This path was broad and profound, especially immortal level array formations. It was the most difficult to get started. Without enlightening one's aperture, one would not be able to understand it at all. With Wall's help, Ling Han's progress in array formation was extremely fast. However, he was still far from being able to step into this door. He studied tirelessly. If he could really master array formations, his combat strength would increase by a lot. In the future, he would be able to explore ancient sites or poach people. He had made great progress in the past few days. Previously, he had not cultivated for close to 2 months, but Ling Han had constantly tempered himself in an extremely harsh environment, and his spirit had become much stronger. He opened his aperture points and absorbed the power of heaven and earth. The foundation stone in his sea of consciousness slowly grew. Cultivating here was too advantageous. 1 day was equivalent to 10 days in other places. 13 days passed by quickly. Finally, someone came to inform them that they had to participate in a competition. Only the winner would be qualified to participate in the Metal Origin Fruit Festival. For Ling Han, this was something that he had known for a long time, but for the others, it was too sudden. But what could they do? Could it be that they were going to be stubborn with the Holy Land? So be it. Everyone here was full of confidence in themselves. Ling Han thought about it and put on a mask. There were bound to be many people here who hadn't expected him to come to the Golden Origin Holy Land. In that case, let's make the surprise even more intense. When Ling Han walked out, he was surprised to find that there were actually quite a few people who did not reveal their faces. Some of them had lines drawn on their faces, making it impossible to see what they looked like. Some of them wore cloaks that covered their entire bodies, while others wore masks. Was he worried that he would lose face if he was eliminated, so he deliberately hid his face? Ling Han saw many extraterrestrial visitors on Heavenly Sea Planet, but there were even more unfamiliar faces. They should be geniuses from other planets that the Golden Origin Holy Land had summoned. Big Star Child, the Seventh Prince, Hong Tianbu, and Niu Jianhua. Ling Han smiled faintly. These guys, just wait for me to teach them a lesson. Everyone followed an emissary from the Holy Land and arrived at a public square. Next, you have one last test to pass. A middle-aged man appeared. He was tall and slender, standing proudly in the sky. Standing quietly in the air. He was at least an expert in the life core realm. Everyone was solemn. Although many of them had the background of a sect master, they were not worth mentioning in the Holy Land. Moreover, this person was far stronger than them, so they were not qualified to challenge him. Through this teleportation array, you will enter a place called the Frost Origin Mystery Land. The first 12 people who come out of the Frost Origin Mystery Land are qualified to participate in the Metal Origin Fruit Festival. In this mystery land, all means and killing are not allowed. So, if you are afraid of death, don't go. In addition, there is an ice origin stone at the top of every mountain in the mystery land. You should know what it is for, so I won't say more. Finally, there is an immortal tree there. It is now the time when the fruit is ripe. If you are capable, you can pick it as you wish. Take it as your reward. Those who have decided to participate, go forward and enter the teleportation array. Cowards, get out of here. After this person finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but hesitate. There were only 12 places. How many people were there? There were at least tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of people were competing for 12 places. The competition was too fierce. Forget it, we can only eat a few immortal fruits. It is not worth it. Someone immediately wanted to give up. There were many descendants of sect masters here. It was not worth it to fight for a few immortal fruits. But there were also many people who believed in their own strength. Not to mention that only 12 people could win, even if there was only one, it would definitely be them. Several thousand people chose to give up, but there were still about 2,000 people who stayed. Go. The middle-aged man from the Metal Origin Holy Land waved his hand, and ordered the remaining people to enter the teleportation array. Shio, shio, shio. The teleportation array continuously glowed. This time, it could teleport about 100 people. The efficiency was quite shocking. Ling Han was not in a hurry. He was in the last batch, and there were less than 100 people, just over 50. Thus, the teleportation array seemed very spacious. Shio, a ray of light surged, and the scenery in front of them changed. An intense chill swept over them, and everyone involuntarily folded their arms. There were not just the 50 people who had just been teleported here. There were also those who had been teleported here, but there were already many people walking forward. The first 12 people to return will be qualified to participate in the Fruit Festival. Isn't that simple? Just reactivate the teleportation array, someone immediately said. He was immediately teased by the people beside him. What? Do you think I'm wrong? The person who had teased him said coldly. First, you're a formation master, so do you know how to activate a formation? Second, as long as you're not an idiot, you should have realized that this teleportation array is one way. This is the entrance, and the exit is naturally at the end of the secret realm, the person who had teased him said indifferently. This caused the person who had teased him to be speechless, and he could only glare fiercely. Ling Han observed for a while. He was currently on a plain, and it was covered with pure white snow. The snow was at least 2 feet deep, and when he stepped on it, it would reach his knees. But of course, this was not a problem for experts of the immortal path. Even if they could not fly using kinesis tools, it did not matter. They only needed to borrow a bit of strength to stand. In front of him, there was already a large number of people flying over, but there was also a small number of people who chose to run on the snow. They felt that flying in the air might not be safe. Ling Han pondered for a moment, then also activated his movement technique and began to sprint on the snowy ground. Reading on a cell phone was more refreshing. Chapter 3677. Whoosh, the snow was falling, and the wind was bone-chilling. Ling Han activated high-level fire energy, and his body instantly warmed up. However, the snow seemed to be formed from high-level ice energy, and it had a great restraining effect on fire energy, forcing Ling Han to constantly extract fire energy to replenish it. This was a great consumption of his psyche power. Heavenly Tao fire was not suitable here. Firstly, it was just a tiny flame, and secondly, this thing was too destructive. It could only be used against enemies, and it was better not to burn oneself to ashes first. Since the level of this fire energy was not high enough, then he would use something else. Ling Han opened the starlight screen, and instantly, the acupoints all over his body glowed, forming a starlight bell. The chill was blocked outside, and it could no longer invade Ling Han's body. However, although this no longer consumed Ling Han's secret power, his secret power was constantly flowing away. Fortunately, Ling Han's secret power reserves were astonishing, and this consumption was really not a big deal. What about the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda? It could block extreme flames, but what about the chill? Ling Han summoned the pagoda, which floated above his head and let down strands of primal chaos. If he did not let the treasured artifact conceal itself, the scene would be thousands of times, and even a saint would be moved. But now, although the primal chaos was somewhat extraordinary, it was only so. At most, it could be considered extraordinary among the foundational stage. This effect was immediately obvious. Under the cover of the primal chaos, Ling Han seemed to be invincible. Mother Gold was Mother Gold. Even if it had not been integrated with the power of ancestral kings, within the corresponding stage, it was invincible. Yep, just like him. Ling Han thought narcissistically. He was invincible among those of the same stage, like Mother Gold, like an emperor weapon. His speed was astonishing. So what if the wind and snow interweaved? He strolled leisurely, and using 20 times the speed of sound, he quickly caught up with the people in front of him. However, this snow field was too big, and not everyone could walk in a straight line. There must have been many people who had been overtaken by him, but they had not met face to face. Ling Han's speed was too fast. Many people only reacted after he overtook them. They didn't even have the chance to attack. After running like this for half an hour, they finally reached the end of the snowy plains. In front of them was a ravine filled with ice and snow. A gust of cold wind blew past, and actually turned into a huge eagle. As it swept past, it was as if an ancient bird king was traveling, and its might was astonishing. Even though he was very far away, Ling Han still felt a strong sense of dread and quickly retreated. He didn't know if the Chaos Polaris Thunder Pagoda could block this cold energy, but if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to take the risk. The cold wind howled for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly, many people appeared in the canyon, moving forward, but their speed was extremely slow. It turned out that there were caves everywhere in the canyon. Those people must have been hiding in the caves to avoid the cold and only came out when the cold wind blew. Obviously, Ling Han wasn't the only person who realized the terror of the cold wind. Of course, it was also possible that others saw others suffer, and so they learned to be obedient. Ling Han also stepped into the canyon. He could see very clearly that there was a cave every 30 meters or so on the two sides of the canyon. It wasn't very deep, at most 6 meters. Once he entered, he immediately discovered that the gravity here was shockingly strong. Not to mention flying, even walking on the snow was incomparably difficult. No wonder those people in front of him were so slow. Could the Chaos Polaris Thunder Pagoda resist this gravity? Ling Han once again took out the treasured pagoda, and felt his body become light, and he could fly up at any time. As expected of the embryonic form of a monarch armament, it was too awesome. Ling Han didn't dare to use it. Although the treasured pagoda was self-concealing, if he relied on it to move freely here, wouldn't it be telling others that this treasured artifact was amazing? He once again put away the treasured pagoda, and walked forward in the snow, one step at a time. In any case, everyone was moving at the same tortoise speed, so it didn't matter. He walked for less than 10 minutes. A strong wind howled, and instantly, a bone-chilling coldness assaulted him. That strange wind was about to come again. Without hesitation, Ling Han hurriedly found a cave to hide from the wind. The people in front of him didn't stay idle either. Similarly, they all moved to the side and entered the cave. In just a short while, the cold wind blew past crazily. Even in the cave, Ling Han only felt a bone-chilling coldness assaulting him, causing him to shiver. Cold, it was really cold. If he was directly blown by the cold wind, would he directly turn into an ice sculpture? Very likely. After the cold wind passed, Ling Han exited the cave and continued on his way. He had to get out of this canyon as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the cold wind kept blowing, it would affect his speed too much. But the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Without the protection of the Chaos Polaris Thunder Pagoda, he couldn't go fast. He tried to summon the energy of the flames, but when the cold wind blew, it was directly extinguished. Fuck. The cold here was so terrifying. Ling Han activated the starlight screen again. This was much better. The gravity was greatly reduced, causing his speed to increase explosively. Most people could only move step by step, but Ling Han could jump. One leap was more than 6 meters. It couldn't be compared to outside, but here, this was already godlike speed. He very quickly passed a blue-clothed youth. The other stared at his back for a few seconds and didn't attack. But when he passed a red-clothed youth, he was attacked by the other. Here, everyone was a competitor, and only 12 people could emerge victorious. Boom, that red-clothed youth was very domineering. He waved his hand and struck out with a golden fist force. There was a large area of symbols flashing. Ling Han humphed and also struck out with a punch, but it was very ordinary. You're courting death. The red-clothed youth sneered. His fist force didn't even form symbols, so how strong could it be? Peng, the two forces collided, and energy exploded. A large amount of snow was sent flying, and the scarlet-robed young man's expression also changed greatly. His opponent's fist was extremely solid, and it directly broke through his force and continued to strike towards him. It was too fast. There was no way to dodge. Peng, he was sent flying, and his body drew an arc in the air before crashing heavily into the mountain wall. Then, he fell head first into the snow. Before Ling Han could decide how to deal with this guy, a chill suddenly rose, and that super cold wind came again. Ling Han hurriedly found a place to hide and jumped into the cave. This cold wind came without warning and was astonishingly fast. He couldn't waste any time. Aya, there's another one outside. Only then did he remember that there was another red-clothed youth outside. When the cold wind blew past, Ling Han walked out of the cave. He saw that the red-clothed youth had already turned into an ice sculpture. There wasn't a shred of life in him. No matter what, this was a one-star genius, or an elite whose battle prowess was comparable to a one-star genius. But he had died just like that. He brought this upon himself. Who asked him to be so despicable? Ling Han didn't feel any sympathy, but he frowned. It was said that one-star geniuses could enter the Holy Land, but they had entered here to participate in the final competition. People died at every turn, but the Holy Land didn't care at all. Was this really a selection of talents? Chapter 3678. Ling Han shook his head and continued forward. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened, and the cold wind stopped blowing. However, the temperature in the canyon plummeted, and it seemed like it would continue to drop. Ling Han decided not to continue on his way. Instead, he found a cave to stay for the night to avoid the extremely low temperature. As soon as he entered the cave, the cold subsided a lot. Ling Han tried to start a fire, but the temperature here was so low that even wood could not burn. He took out his rations and wanted to barbecue them with a high-level flame, but that was too powerful and directly burned the rations to ashes. Fuck. Ling Han had no choice but to absorb the power of heaven and earth to replenish himself. Although it was weak, it was better than nothing. However, the power of heaven and earth seemed to have been frozen. One word could describe it: cold. Ling Han closed his eyes to rest. There were still people continuing on their way outside. This was a great opportunity to surpass others. If he was not careful, he could be buried here. 1, 2, there were quite a few people who passed by this cave. Some people would even come in to take a short break, but they sat at the entrance of the cave, maintaining a large distance from Ling Han. One had to be wary of others. Everyone here was a competitor. Ling Han did not respond. As long as others did not provoke him, he could not be bothered to make a move. Based on his observation of this mystic realm, it was not something that could be done in a day or two. There was no rush. He would take it slow. People came and went. Ling Han could see very clearly that those who tried to be brave were all pale. There was a lot of cold accumulated in their internal organs. Once it exploded, it would definitely be fatal. Even if it did not explode, it would cause endless trouble. After a while, the sky completely darkened, and the temperature dropped to the bottom. No one dared to rush on their way anymore. They all found a cave to avoid the cold. Swoosh, a figure flashed, and there was one more person in the cave. Ah. Ling Han was surprised. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? This person was actually the seventh prince. Get out, the seventh prince said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it was very oppressive. He was used to being a prince. Even though he had come to the Golden Origin Holy Land, where there were many people whose backgrounds were not inferior to his, he still found it difficult to restrain his arrogance. Since we've met, let's settle the score. Based on what? Ling Han asked, his tone equally calm. The seventh prince snorted, either get out or die. Ling Han shrugged his shoulders. It's so cold outside. If I go out, I'll die. What's the difference if I go out or not? Besides, I came here first. Don't you think it's too much? There's no such thing as going too far. I'm stronger than you, so I can do whatever I want. The seventh prince was getting impatient. If you don't go out, you'll die. If you go out, you'll still have a chance to live. Make your choice. Ling Han shook his head. How would I know if your strength is just a bluff? Maybe it's just trash. Fine, since you want to court death, I'll help you. The seventh prince was finally impatient. He glared at Ling Han and a surge of telekinesis suddenly surged out. Ling Han pretended not to notice and said, "Why are you glaring at me?" Huh? The seventh prince was stunned. He had released his telekinesis with the intention of cutting off his opponent's divine sense. He was a telekinesis master. He could kill someone with just a thought. However, not only did Ling Han not die, he didn't even have the slightest reaction. This was too strange. The seventh prince was not stupid. He immediately sneered and said, "Wow, so you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Even if the other party wasn't a telekinesis master, he must have cultivated a secret method to consolidate divine sense. Or maybe he had a treasure that could defend against divine sense attacks. Ling Han laughed. "I said that you only know how to boast." Sure enough. The seventh prince was unmoved. He turned his mind. Shio, shio, shio. Suddenly, dozens of short swords appeared and slashed towards Ling Han. Ling Han opened his telekinesis net and intercepted all these short swords. This was not a telekinesis magic tool. Whoever had stronger telekinesis would be able to control it. What? The seventh prince was shocked. This was the most direct competition of telekinesis, and the result was that the other party didn't lose to him. This masked man was actually a telekinesis master. The seventh prince frowned and felt a trace of regret. If he had known, he would have been slower and spent the night in a cave in the back. But now, the temperature had dropped to the bottom. If he went out, he would definitely die. "Okay, I recognize your strength. You can rest here." The seventh prince nodded. Ling Han laughed in spite of himself. "You are really too funny. I came here first in the first place, so why would I need your charity? Moreover, I have not acknowledged your strength. How could a piece of trash like you be worthy of staying with me?" "You're so arrogant," the seventh prince said. "If I have strength, of course I can be arrogant." Ling Han attacked. Shio, shio, shio. The Thunder Light Fist was activated. Immediately, waves of fist energy shot towards the seventh prince at an incredible speed. Huh? The seventh prince was surprised. Of course, he was not shocked by the power of the Thunder Light Fist. In fact, this fist technique was not bad in the mortal realm. But in the celestial path realm, it could only be said to be extremely ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it to Ling Han in the first place. Of course, he recognized this fist technique. That was why he was surprised. Was it impossible? That person had not embarked on the celestial path, nor had he received an invitation. How could he be here? Did you think of something? Ling Han smiled. You. The seventh prince's face was full of disbelief. "Yes, I'm here." Ling Han took off his mask. Pfft, it's really him. The seventh prince's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed inside. Although he already had such a guess, he did not think that it was possible. But seeing Ling Han standing in front of him, he was so shocked that his scalp went numb. How could this be? How could Ling Han appear here? Was he seeing things? What the hell? Why are you here? The seventh prince still asked. You don't need to worry about that. Ling Han said indifferently, let's continue the previous topic. I don't think you are qualified to stay with me. Are you going to scram or not? Ling Han, although your talent in martial art is monstrous, it is almost impossible for you to fight someone of a higher level after entering the celestial path. The seventh prince tried to persuade Ling Han. If you fight to the death with me, even if you win, you won't be able to gain any advantage. You will definitely be seriously injured. He had been cultivating in the Holy Land for the past year and had obtained too many benefits. He had already cultivated to the peak of the foundation building realm. On the other hand, Ling Han had definitely just entered the celestial path. There was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Come and try. Ling Han attacked again, this time towards the seventh prince. This time, he was finally serious. A terrifying power surged. It was a power that could easily crush a peak of the Heaven Foundation building realm. Bang! The seventh prince spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength was so great. Chapter 3680. Ling Han grinned. There were always people who thought that he was easy to bully because his cultivation level was low, but such people usually ended up in tragedy. He clenched his fist and met his opponent's attack. Bam! The two forces collided, and the white-robed man's figure instantly retreated. What? He wasn't the only one who couldn't believe it. Even the yellow-robed man's mouth was half open, and he almost spat. What was going on? A mere Human Foundation establishment weakling could actually force back a Heaven Foundation establishment one-star genius with a single punch? Who are you? The white-robed man asked. Lu Qi of the Meteor-Spitting Star, Jing Xiaotian of the Tempest Star Domain, and Han Yin Daoist of the Nine Serenities? The people he mentioned were publicly recognized as the best of the younger generation in the universe. It was said that they could defeat three-star geniuses at the same cultivation level. Their talent was unimaginably powerful. Ling Han shook his head. What? You want to be friends now? Don't be too cocky. I might not lose to you, the white-robed man said coldly. Even if Ling Han was a four-star genius, he was only invincible among the Heaven Foundation establishment cultivators. He was a Heaven Foundation establishment one-star genius, so he definitely wouldn't lose to Ling Han. He attacked again, this time toward Ling Han. This time, he used his full strength and used an immortal spell. High-level energy surged, and silver runes spread out, blasting toward Ling Han. Ling Han only pointed with a finger, and it was very casual. Immortal Transporting Finger. This was an immortal spell, but its grade was not high. It was given out as a reward by the Golden Origin Holy Land, so it naturally couldn't be very precious. But in Ling Han's hands, even a celestial technique that wasn't considered high-level would explode with astonishing might. Pooh! The finger energy instantly disintegrated the white-robed man's attack, but Ling Han's finger energy did not dissipate, and it continued to attack the white-robed man. The white-robed man hurriedly retreated, but the cave was narrow, so he could only retreat and not dodge left or right. Thus, he could not escape. He could only roar and punch repeatedly. After a few consecutive attacks, he finally completely disintegrated Ling Han's finger energy. Both he and the man in yellow turned pale with fright. How could there be such a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator? Ling Han smiled and put the Immortal Tao Foundation stone away. Don't say I'm bullying you. With the Immortal Tao Foundation stone put away, the white-clothed male was no longer suppressed, his fighting strength completely recovering. Arrogant. The white-robed man snorted, but in his heart, he thought to himself that Ling Han was an idiot. He actually didn't take advantage of an advantage. This should be the successor of a great sect, or even a Taoist. However, he had just traveled the world, so his brain wasn't too bright. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate with eagerness. This kind of Taoist should have an astonishing secret treasure on him, right? Snatch! He roared and charged towards Ling Han, wanting to take down Ling Han with the force of a thunderbolt. However, just as he was about to rush over, Ling Han revealed a smirk. The cornerstone of the Immortal Tao reappears instantly. The white-clothed man's strength dropped sharply. You, Te, Ma, the white-clothed man cursed inwardly. He had thought that Ling Han was a greenhorn, hot-blooded, naive, and didn't know how to take advantage of an advantage. Who would have thought that the very foolish and naive person was actually himself? Black-bellied, really too fucking black-bellied, this was practically a scam. Peng! Ling Han's fist punched out, smashing into the white-clothed man's face. The other cried out miserably, and instantly fell to the ground. If his battle prowess had been suppressed, then he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. However, he had clearly calculated his own strength, and all of his attacks had been based on this, but the base had suddenly changed. How could this not throw him into confusion, and cause him to lose his footing? That was why he said that Ling Han was a scam. "You are too sinister," the other yellow-clothed man rebuked loudly. Ling Han shrugged, and said with a smile, "I thought about it. If I don't use my advantage, you guys will scold me for being an idiot. So, I decided not to be an idiot." The white-clothed man was stepped on by Ling Han, and he wanted to cry. So it turned out that he was the idiot. "Hand over everything you have on you, or else I will throw you out into the wind," Ling Han said calmly. You are robbing. What kind of look is that?" Ling Han said in dissatisfaction. "Hurry up, my patience is limited." The white-clothed man was helpless, and could only look towards his companion for help. "Sir, you are going too far." The yellow-clothed man couldn't bear it anymore. He drew out a sword, and instantly activated it, cold light flickering. He charged towards Ling Han, wanting to save his companion. Ling Han didn't worry that the white-clothed man would escape. This cave could directly freeze people to death, so if you wanted to die, then go ahead. He stomped down forcefully, and pang, his figure shot out to meet the yellow-clothed man. "Ah!" The white-clothed man screamed, his face full of resentment. "If you want to fight, then fight, but why did you have to stomp down on me? My bones were about to break." Ling Han met him, punching out explosively. The yellow-clothed man was on guard against him, using the foundation stone of the immortal Tao to suppress him. This sword was actually 30% offensive, 70% defensive. However, Ling Han had no intention of using the foundation stone of the immortal Tao to suppress him at all. He activated a screen of starlight, directly smashing into the sword light, and then punching out with his fist. Pang! It was just a single strike, and the yellow-clothed man was sent flying, smashing heavily into the cave wall. Fortunately, this mountain rock was abnormally sturdy, or this kind of collision would have caused an ordinary mountain to collapse. The white-clothed man had originally been cursing Ling Han for being treacherous, but after seeing this scene, he completely lost his temper. Even if Ling Han didn't trick him, he still wouldn't be a match in a head-on confrontation. How could there be such a terrifying person? Even if he was a 4-star genius, even if he was stronger than them, he would have to go through a bitter battle to defeat them. How could it be so easy? 5-star genius? "I'll say it again, robbing," Ling Han said with a smile. The two of them were convinced. The difference in strength was really too great, and they were completely not a match. A wise man was a wise man. They took out their spatial magic treasures and handed them to Ling Han. Ling Han took them, swept them with his divine sense, and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. "Not bad, not bad. His family is quite rich." The two of them wanted to cry. They really hadn't seen such a genius, to actually openly rob in this kind of situation. How shameless could you be? But looking at the mask on Ling Han's face, it was clear that this guy was shameless. They also didn't dare to make a sound. Right now, Ling Han was only robbing them. What if he wanted to kill them? Ling Han naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He occupied a position in the depths of the cave, and had the yellow-clothed man and white-clothed man stand guard outside while he closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that Ling Han looked like he was sleeping soundly, the white-clothed man and the yellow-clothed man were somewhat tempted. Should they take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Han? Not only would they be able to recover their losses, but they would also be able to take revenge. But thinking of the difference in strength between them and Ling Han, they glanced at each other and shook their heads, dispelling this beautiful thought. What if this was a trap that Ling Han had dug for them? It wasn't the first time they had been tricked. Chapter 3681. The night passed, and the sun rose. Whether it was Ling Han or the other two men, they all sat in a lotus position and began to cultivate. Sitting in a lotus position was a common cultivation posture, but it didn't mean that cultivation had to be like this. Some people were used to running while cultivating. Unless there was a special restriction on their cultivation technique, they could choose any posture they wanted during cultivation. Generally speaking, sitting in a lotus position was the most peaceful state of mind, so it was the most common. After cultivating, the two men's faces were full of anxiety. They couldn't wait for the sunlight to shine on them so that they could leave Ling Han, this pervert, in time. If they stayed a second longer, they were afraid that they would be tricked again. Therefore, when the first ray of sunlight shone on them, the two acted as if they were bitten on the buttocks by a dog and ran for their lives. Was he really that scary? Ling Han reflected for a moment, smiled, and also exited the cave. This valley was shockingly long, and their speed was truly too slow. Another day passed, and Ling Han was still looking for a cave to hide from the cold. This time, he found an empty cave. However, very quickly, someone appeared with a domineering attitude and told him to get the fuck out. Ling Han didn't need to be polite to people like this. He directly suppressed them and then robbed them. His harvest wasn't bad. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. This was a way to make money. In the next few days, he encountered many people who didn't open their eyes, but the result was the same. They were all suppressed and robbed by him, without exception. Very quickly, there was a rumor in the valley that there was a masked man who specialized in robbing people. His behavior was extremely vile. This caused the other masked men to unfortunately be targeted and surrounded by many people. This was because everyone knew that this masked man was extremely rich. Ling Han was naturally no exception and was targeted by some people. However, he could fight against an extreme foundational cultivator, so who was he afraid of? Another 5 days later, they finally walked out of this valley. The temperature rose rapidly. Although it was still a world of ice and snow, it was already within an acceptable range. There weren't any cold winds attacking them, so they had to find a cave to hide in. This was a plain that couldn't be considered too big. In front of them was a tall mountain. There are ice elemental stones on the mountain. Ling Han sped up. This was a treasure that he was determined to obtain. With the help of the ice origin stone, the Empress and the others would be able to quickly catch up in terms of cultivation level. Of course, they didn't need to cultivate the 7 transformations, 7 veins, and so on. With Ling Han's help, the time needed for them to step onto the immortal path would definitely be much shorter than Ling Han's. Ling Han's previous speed was not considered fast, so he began to speed up after arriving here. After half a day, he arrived at the top of the mountain. Boom boom boom. Before he even got close, the sounds of battle could be heard. Ling Han took a few more steps and saw 7 people fighting. However, it was not a chaotic battle. Instead, it was 6 against 1. The person who was beaten up. The first prince? The first prince was not weak. After all, he had an innate divine physique. Although it was a 9th grade divine physique, it was still a divine physique. During the eruption period, even 1-star geniuses would not dare to face him head-on. But he had too many opponents now, and none of them were much weaker than him. With 6 of them attacking together, the first prince could not hold on any longer. Even if he used the Azure Dipper star body, it was useless. Fresh blood continuously splattered from his body. If it were not for the fact that those 6 people were wary of the first prince fighting to the death with whoever he caught, and dared to not push him too hard, it was likely that the first prince would not have been able to hold on for so long. What's the point? Someone asked. You are destined to fail, so why don't you just hand over the ice origin stone? That way, you can avoid physical pain. It's not worth it to throw away your life in vain for the sake of an ice origin stone, someone else said. Indeed, there was no need for them to kill. Thus, as long as the first prince was willing to withdraw, they would be happy to have less trouble. The first prince did not speak. He only attacked with all his might, wanting to fight his way out. However, those 6 people were really not weak. Every one of them was guarding in a different direction, which was to exhaust his divine physique's eruption period. As long as he could drag on for this period of time, then the first prince would be a dish on their plate. The first prince clearly knew this as well. He was going on a rampage. If he could drag out the eruption period, then he would decisively admit defeat. Of course, the ice origin stone was not as important as his life. Ling Han shook his head and walked over with large strides. The appearance of a stranger naturally caught the attention of the 7 people fighting. However, when they discovered that Ling Han was only at the Mortal Foundation establishment stage, they all retracted their attention. That was because they were all at the Heaven Foundation establishment stage. Even if they had broken through not too long ago, compared to the Mortal Foundation establishment stage, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no need to pay any attention to them. Without another word, Ling Han directly charged into the battle. How dare you! A mere Mortal Foundation establishment stage dares to interfere. Get lost. The 6 people in the battle all attacked Ling Han. Firstly, it was already difficult for the first prince to even protect himself. Secondly, he hoped that someone would come out and disrupt the situation. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Naturally, he would not attack Ling Han. Ling Han smiled slightly and activated the immortal crossing finger. Xiao, xiao, xiao. He constantly sent out finger force that swept towards the 6 people. What? Not good. How could the immortal crossing finger be so powerful? The 6 people all cried out in surprise. None of them had expected Ling Han to be so powerful. Forget about being able to fight against a Heaven Foundation establishment stage, he would not even be at a disadvantage when fighting against 6 people alone. Monster, a super monster. They all exploded with power and used their strongest techniques. However, in front of Ling Han, all of it was useless. In fact, Ling Han had only used an ordinary immortal conquering finger. Within a few minutes, the 6 people had been beaten to the ground by Ling Han. The first prince was a little stunned. His opponent was too powerful, and he did not dare to run. The main reason was that he knew he could not escape. Once he offended Ling Han, he would not be able to fight against his opponent's terrifying battle prowess. He might even invite a fatal disaster. Thank you for your help. The first prince cupped his hands towards Ling Han. Ling Han nodded. Although I do not like the sight of you, as your elder, there is no reason for me to watch you get bullied. The first prince's face darkened. You are my elder. My father is a true lord of spirit transformation. You have just entered the path of immortality. How is that possible? However, he had just been saved, so he did not want to stare at him angrily. He did not say anything and only cursed at Ling Han in his mind, even though he did not know who Ling Han was. Ling Han chuckled and said to the 6 people lying on the ground, hand over all your spatial artifacts. The 6 people were stunned, but they immediately reacted. You are that thief, they said in unison. Who would have thought that this thief, who was only at the Mortal Foundation establishment stage, would be so powerful that it would make people speechless? Since you know who I am, hurry up. Ling Han waved his hand and said impatiently. The 6 people had no choice but to take out their spatial artifacts and hand them over to Ling Han. Money was just a worldly possession. It was not as important as their lives. And you? Ling Han looked at the first prince. What? The first prince was dumbfounded. Chapter 3682. Aren't you my elder? Aren't you here to save me? Why are you robbing me now? The eldest prince's jaw dropped, a look of disbelief on his face. He had never seen an elder like this, robbing even his own junior. What the fuck? What, are you unwilling? Ling Han glared at him. If I didn't save you, would you have been able to keep your life? Also, What if one of these people has a special hobby of bursting people's chrysanthemums? Think about it, that would be a fate worse than death. The other 6 people hurriedly shook their heads. All of them were normal and would never be interested in a man's chrysanthemum. Ling Han looked at the 6 of them coldly and said calmly, "Think carefully, are you interested in men or not?" This was a blatant threat. The 6 people could not help but nod. Seeing Ling Han like this, it seemed like he would make a move at the slightest disagreement. "Forget it, for the sake of my own life, I'll make a sacrifice. No one will know anyway." They all nodded instead of shaking their heads. Tisk, so many gay men. Ling Han pretended to be shocked, then patted the eldest prince's shoulder. "I thought there was only one gay man, I didn't expect all 6 of them to be gay. See, luckily I saved you. Otherwise, how miserable would you be after being surrounded like this?" The eldest prince's mouth was half open. "Fuck, no one was interested in my chrysanthemum. They were all forced out by you, okay?" But facing Ling Han's tyrannical power, what could he say? He obediently handed over the ice essence stone. Otherwise, if Ling Han searched his body, he would not be able to keep it. So, he might as well take the initiative. Ling Han smiled and patted the eldest prince's shoulder again. He said to the other 6 people, "This is my nephew. You have to be more polite, or else I will make trouble for you." The eldest prince's face was black. Although he was not beaten, he was not any less displeased than the other 6 people. "All right, I'm leaving. No need to send me off." Ling Han swaggered off. "Who would send you off? Who the hell would send you off?" Everyone, including the first prince, wished that they could charge up and trample on Ling Han. However, in reality, they could only watch him leave. Ling Han continued to move forward. He should be the one walking at the front now, heading towards the second peak. I really didn't expect that the first prince had actually entered the Heaven Foundation establishment stage. This cultivation speed is so fast. But without enough treasure life fruits, how did he manage to reach the top? The Holy Land gave it to you? From this point of view, the Holy Land is really willing to go all out. But looking at the cruelty of this competition, it doesn't seem to match the selection of talents. What are they planning? Ling Han thought about it as he walked. However, he was not a roundworm in the stomach of the Golden Origin Holy Land, so how could he know? A day later, he arrived at the top of the second mountain peak. The top of the mountain was very flat and covered in pure white snow. In the snow, there was a large rock that was unusually protruding, and on top of it were several small rocks that looked like ice cubes. Ice Origin Stone. Ling Han strode over, but he had only taken a few steps before he stopped. "There's a formation protecting it," he murmured. Although he had not yet mastered a celestial path grade formation, it was a piece of cake for him to discover the existence of a formation. Not simple. Ling Han waved his hand, and instantly, patches of snow were sent flying, revealing the ground. With the large rock as the center, the ground was densely covered with silver-veined patterns. There seemed to be no pattern to them, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to conform to some kind of principle, causing one to be intoxicated and want to comprehend it. Ling Han threw a rock over. Before the rock could land, a ray of light shot over. The rock was shattered into pieces. Just from this attack alone, the power is probably at the peak of the ultimate foundation establishment stage. Ling Han walked forward. Just by looking at it this way, he would never be able to break through the formation in his lifetime. When he stepped onto the silver-veined patterns, instantly, a ray of light blasted towards him. Ling Han clenched his fist and counterattacked. Pang! The ray of light was instantly extinguished by him, but he also felt some pain in his fist, which made him realize that the battle prowess of the ultimate foundation establishment stage should be able to contend against him. But before he could advance, he saw 3 rays of light shoot out at the same time, once again attacking towards him. These rays of light were all emitted from the veined patterns on the ground, so they were all coming from below, but the angles were all different. Ling Han was fearless, and punched out repeatedly. Peng, 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 it was only 3 punches, and he once again extinguished the 3 attacks. But before the first wave subsided, another wave rose, and another 9 rays of light shot over. There really was no end to it. Ling Han couldn't help but be interested. If he only held on to the secrets of the formation and wanted to study it, he would ultimately die. Now that he had entered the formation and used it as a reference, he should be able to understand it even faster. He opened a screen of starlight. Shio, 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 rays of light shot over, but when they collided with the screen of starlight, they all shattered, unable to advance any further. However, the screen of starlight was not omnipotent. After receiving 9 attacks, cracks appeared on the screen of starlight, and Ling Han had to use his mystic power to repair them. The cracks quickly disappeared, and the price was naturally the consumption of Ling Han's mystic power. The 9 rays of light were blocked, and next were 27 rays of light. Shio, 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 the rays of light shot out in unison. This time, they were much more ferocious. Though they were all blocked by the screen of starlight, the screen of starlight also disintegrated after blocking them, and there was no chance of repair at all. The mystic power needed to repair the screen of starlight was far less than the cost of opening the screen of starlight again. Of course, the thing that Ling Han lacked the least was his reserves of mystic power, and he could absolutely challenge Spirit Transformation True Lord. After 21 rays of light, there were 63. This time, even Ling Han didn't dare to take them on, and hurriedly retreated. Otherwise, he would be shot into a sieve. Interesting. Ling Han stepped into the formation again, and this time, the rays of light that he shot out became one again, and a new cycle began. He estimated that if he used near, yet worlds apart, he would at most be attacked by 3 waves of light, which meant that he would only need to withstand the simultaneous attack of 9 rays of light at most, and the screen of starlight would be able to completely block them. However, after taking away the Ice Origin Stone, would this formation still be effective? Because it could be the eye of the formation, the core of the formation. Once the core was gone, the formation's power would naturally be reduced. In order to study the formation, Ling Han decided not to take away the Ice Origin Stone for now. In any case, it was his. He walked up the formation from different angles, and continuously tried. Sure enough, making a car behind closed doors was far inferior to putting it into practice. In his mind, Ling Han constantly gained enlightenment. He felt that in another 2 or 3 days' time, he would definitely be able to grasp this formation. And understanding one method, understanding all methods, he would really be able to learn the basics of formations. Half a day passed very quickly. Shio, a figure suddenly leaped out, and arrived at the top of the mountain. This was a young man with a dignified aura. He was tall, and his hair was very short, only an inch long. He exuded a sense of capability and experience. Scram, he stared at Ling Han, and spat out a single word. Chapter 3684. Wang, the white jade pagoda rotated lightly, but it pressed down at an extremely fast speed. Naturally, it was not something that an ordinary 1-star prized artifact could compare with. Immediately, a terrifying pressure pressed down on it. This was the power of the material itself, capable of suppressing all 1-star magic artifacts. However, the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda was completely unaffected by the terrifying might. How is that possible? Nangong Lin opened his mouth wide in disbelief. This was his white jade pagoda of suppressing demons. It was made of 3-star materials, and he had refined it day and night with his ultimate foundation establishment cultivation. To be fair, even he was no match for it. But now? To no avail. What he didn't know was that this was because Ling Han had made the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Tower conceal itself. Otherwise, if the Mother Gold had displayed its might, it would have been possible for it to completely suppress a 3-star material in terms of quality and cause it to self-destruct. The world was great. Of all materials, Mother Gold was naturally the greatest, the monarch of artifacts, able to crush all other immortal gold. Come, if you want to compete with magic tools, I'll fulfill your wish. With a thought from Ling Han, a bolt of lightning immediately shot out from the primal chaos Polaris Thunder Tower towards Nangong Lin. This strike was extraordinarily fast. What kind of existence is Mother Gold? It can be forged into Emperor weapons. Even though it was only a one-star magic treasure, it was still an overlord among magic treasures. This attack was so fast that no Foundation Realm cultivator could dodge it. Otherwise, it wouldn't live up to its name. Nangong Lin was immediately hit. A strong electric current surged through him, and he felt his entire body tremble. He felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit all the food in his stomach. He hurriedly called back the White Jade Pagoda and released its energy to protect him. When Ling Han saw this, he couldn't help but laugh because Nangong Lin's body was charred black by this lightning strike. He could even smell the fragrance of meat. This bolt of lightning was not something that he had condensed into it. Instead, it was the power of the primal chaos Polaris Thunder Tower. This piece of Mother Gold was nurtured in the primal chaos and tempered in the lightning pool. It naturally had two effects. Unfortunately, because Ling Han's divine sense was integrated into the primal chaos Polaris Thunder Pagoda's power was also affected by Ling Han's realm. Otherwise, the power of the primal chaos Polaris Thunder Pagoda could even kill a sage. Nangong Lin looked at Ling Han. He was a little confused. The opponent in front of him was too strange. In terms of life level, he seemed to be at the Human Foundation establishment stage, but his combat ability was not weaker than his. In terms of magic tools, his White Jade Demon Subduing Pagoda, which was made of 3-star materials, could not suppress his opponent. It was inconceivable. Go. He naturally wasn't willing to give up, and he pointed at Ling Han. The White Jade Tower immediately shot out a ray of light that transformed into a flying sword that slashed at Ling Han. Bam! The flying sword slashed at the treasure aura of the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda. Not only did it not slash through, but it also directly shattered. Damn! Nangong Lin was dumbfounded. He stared at Ling Han in a daze. That attack just now was definitely a direct confrontation between two treasures, and the result was the complete defeat of the White Jade Demon Subduing Pagoda. A treasured weapon forged from 3-star materials was utterly defeated. Nangong Lin's heart pounded furiously. There was only one possibility. The materials used for the prized artifact were above the 3rd-star grade. Heavens, true self-realm materials, and spirit transformation ones at that. Nangong Lin couldn't help but feel greedy. Even true self-realm and spirit transformation true lord would go crazy for materials of this level, let alone him. Hee, if it's not yours, don't think too much about it. Ling Han rushed over and unleashed a series of attacks. This time, Ling Han didn't use the Immortal Crossing Finger. Instead, he used the Demon Monkey Fist. Boom, a terrifying aura surged, and a demon monkey appeared. It was at least 10 meters tall, and it roared as it pounced toward Nangong Lin. Boom! Bolts of lightning also shot out from the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda, launching a second round of attacks at Nangong Lin. Nangong Lin hurriedly used the White Jade Tower to defend himself. However, this could block the impact of the Demon Monkey Fist, but it couldn't block the illusion of the ancient Demon Monkey. It constantly attacked his soul, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, the White Jade Tower was unable to block the lightning of the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda. It could only reduce a portion of its power, but it still made Nangong Lin's entire body numb, and he hovered between life and death. Ling Han laughed loudly. His attacks were like a storm, and very quickly, Nangong Lin was blasted to the ground. So what if he was at the ultimate Foundation establishment stage? Ling Han didn't stand on ceremony and searched Nangong Lin's belongings. Naturally, he didn't let go of the White Jade Demon Suppressing Pagoda. This was a 3-star material. If he sold it to a Life Core Realm cultivator, he could melt it and refine it again, and it would immediately become a life core realm treasure. This could be sold for a high price. Return my pagoda. Nangong Lin lay on the ground, his face full of anger. Ling Han smiled. If you're not convinced, you can come to me for revenge in the future. I will never change my surname. I am Niu Jianhua. Anyway, he was wearing a mask, so no one recognized him. You're that masked bandit. Nangong Lin reacted. It's your grandpa Niu. Ling Han slapped Nangong Lin unconscious. Should I wear the battle armor that I stole from Niu Jianhua in the future? Wouldn't that be more similar? Ling Han continued to study the array formation, guiding the array formation to attack him, so that the array formation could appear for him to observe. After a while, someone ran over, but when he saw Nangong Lin lying on the ground, he decisively did not attack Ling Han. Instead, he went around him. Nangong Lin was really miserable. He had been stripped to his underwear. After that, people continued to come up. Most of them took a detour when they saw Nangong Lin, but there were also a few who thought that they were stronger than Nangong Lin. In the end, they couldn't escape the fate of being beaten to the ground. They were placed together with Nangong Lin, and their treasures were all plundered. By the time it was dark, there were a total of 11 people piled up, which was quite a large scale. At this time, no one dared to attack Ling Han anymore. The 11 half-naked men were really too intimidating. The night at the top of the mountain was also very cold, but it was not to the point of death. Ling Han was still studying the array formation. His heart was constantly enlightened, and he felt that he was not far from a breakthrough. The night passed, and the sun rose. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see the sunrise. When the first ray of sunlight fell in the morning, the darkness immediately receded like the tide. Ling Han was at a critical juncture. He even temporarily put aside his cultivation and continued to study the array formation. Another day and a half passed, and he suddenly let out a string of laughter. He had comprehended not only this array formation, but also the array formation itself. He had comprehended everything. Come. He stepped down, and suddenly, a ball of light spread from the soles of his feet, turning into more than a dozen lines that intertwined with the lines on the ground. He took another step, but the entire array formation did not respond. This array formation was temporarily suppressed by him. Ling Han walked over and easily took away the ice origin stone. As soon as the ice origin stone was taken away, the glowing lines on the ground immediately dimmed. Sure enough, the ice origin stone was the eye of the array. Once it was taken away, the array formation became ineffective. Chapter 3685. After obtaining the ice essence stone and stepping onto the path of array Dao, Ling Han was extremely happy. He laughed heartily and swaggered off. There were still many mountain peaks here, and he should be able to obtain many ice elemental stones. Ling Han leapt up and sped down the mountain. The gravity here was still very strong, and it was impossible for foundation building tier cultivators to fly. Of course, if Ling Han didn't hesitate to expose the Chaos Polaris Thunder Tower, then flying wouldn't be a problem. Before long, he had already arrived at the second mountain peak. However, the ice origin stones here had already been taken away, and Ling Han could still sense the weak aura of the formation. He paced on the formation, injecting streams of power into it. There was mystic power and psychic power. After a few steps, the dim lines on the ground lit up, as if the formation had come to life again. This wasn't just a facade, it was really happening. Ling Han broke into a smile, and reactivated the formation. However, without the eye of the array, this activation was only temporary. Once the energy he injected was exhausted, the array would naturally dim down again. Right now, I'm only able to activate an existing formation. That's why I'm able to remain so calm. When will I be able to change the power of the mountains and rivers and form a formation with just a stomp of my foot? That would be awesome. Ling Han sighed with emotion. However, he was still too far away from this step. That person could be called a formation master, but he was now. He had just crossed the threshold. He continued to advance, but from the bottom of the mountain, there was a fork in the road ahead. There were 3 paths to take. Ling Han thought about it and decided to take the first path. He strode forward. After walking for about half an hour, a lake appeared in front of him. There was a large group of people surrounding the lake. Some of them were even attacking the lake, causing a huge splash. What's up? Ling Han walked over and patted the shoulder of the person beside him. Bro, what are you guys doing? That person was startled. He was actually approached by Ling Han without a sound, and only reacted after he was patted on the shoulder. If Ling Han wanted to kill him, wouldn't he already be dead? Thinking up to here, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, but he didn't dare to show the slightest anger on his face, for fear that Ling Han would really kill him in a fit of rage. There are silver arowanas here, he said honestly. What the hell is this? Ling Han muttered. He had just crammed in the knowledge of elixirs. Basically, he could recognize any medicinal herb at a glance. Even if it was ground to dust, he only needed to smell it. But for other things, his knowledge was limited. After all, his energy was also limited. That person really wanted to roll his eyes. You don't even know the silver arowana, so how did you reach the Foundation establishment realm? He only dared to think about it in his heart, but he said out loud, the silver arawana's entire body is silver, and when it swims in the water, it looks like a miniature dragon. That's why it's called the silver arowana. The silver arowana can increase one's cultivation, and although the effect isn't immediate, it will slowly show up in the future. Ling Han gave an oh. No wonder so many people were bombarding the lake. They really had a motive. Why don't you just go into the water and catch them? He asked. Who doesn't want to? That person shook his head. But there's no other way. This lake looks like it's flowing, not frozen, but the temperature is shockingly low. If you jump in, all the blood in your body will freeze, and you'll sink to the bottom. Even if you can use a secret treasure to resist the cold, the silver arowana are much faster in the water than we are. Ling Han nodded. Before he could decide whether to go into the water to catch the fish or continue forward, he saw a few people walking back. Only after asking did he find out that there was no way forward. Why was there no way forward? It turned out that there was a large door blocking the way, and the door couldn't be touched at all. It was filled with the power of thunder, and they couldn't climb over it. There were only 2 options: 1, go back the way they came, and 2, find the key, because the door was locked. Since this is a test set up by the Golden Origin Holy Land, there must be a key to open the lock. We came back to ask everyone to look for clues, one of the people who came back said. However, there were very few people who responded. Since so many people had chosen to stay here to catch the silver arowana, why would they give up on the silver arowana and go look for the key? It was uncertain whether the key existed or not. Maybe there is no key at all, someone said. This is a dead end. We have to find another way. The people who came back before decided to go back and explore the 2 paths. The people who stayed behind had an easy choice. If those people didn't come back, it meant that there was at least one way out of the other 2 paths. Thus, everyone continued to fish. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. Could the key be in the lake? Otherwise, the lake's appearance would be too sudden. Let's look for it. He came to the lakeside, but before he could even enter the water, he felt a gust of cold air. You're just a foundation building cultivator. Get lost, someone immediately shouted. It was a man, but he had an interesting appearance. Most people's eyebrows were thin, but this man's were small circles. There was another person next to him who also had an interesting appearance. His hair was divided into 3 parts, and he had tied it into 3 braids. Hey, a masked man, the man with braids said in surprise. Could it be that bandit? How is that possible? He's just a foundation building cultivator, the man with the eyebrows said disdainfully. That's true. The man with braids nodded. I'm really sorry, but my cultivation level is too low. Ling Han couldn't help but rub his chin. Could a low cultivation level become a point of ridicule? Get lost. The man with the eyebrows became impatient and slapped Ling Han, wanting to throw him into the lake. Ling Han raised an eyebrow, and also delivered a slap at him. Bang! Powerful energy waves overflowed, and all kinds of symbols exploded. The man with the eyebrows fell on his back. Ah! He screamed, and blood gushed out of his body. The man with braids was shocked. How was this foundation building? Was there such a strong foundation building cultivator? This guy must have reached the Heaven Foundation building or even the Extreme Foundation building, and then used a special technique or treasure to change his life waves. That's why he looked like he was at the foundation building stage. Ling Han didn't say anything. He first searched the man with the eyebrows, and then threw him into the lake. I'm freezing, the man with the eyebrows screamed. He ignored the pain all over his body and quickly used all 4 limbs to swim out of the lake. Fortunately, Ling Han didn't have any intention of killing him. Otherwise, as long as he didn't let him come ashore, the man with the eyebrows would definitely die. That bandit is here. It's him. So that's what he looks like. Nonsense. He's wearing a mask, so of course he looks like this. Everyone turned to look at Ling Han. The masked man and the robber, with these two added together, everyone could naturally guess Ling Han's identity. For a moment, everyone stared at Ling Han. This guy had robbed many people, so he should have a lot of treasures on him. Reading on your phone is more refreshing. Chapter 3686. A Beautiful Romance. Ling Han clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, What? Someone wants to give me treasures. You're really arrogant, but you're only in the Human Foundation establishment stage, someone immediately said coldly. There's no way he's in the Human Foundation establishment stage. He's definitely in the Heaven Foundation establishment stage or even the Paramount Foundation establishment stage in disguise, someone hurriedly corrected. That's right, there's no such strong Human Foundation establishment stage in this world. This won the approval of many people. It doesn't matter if you're in the Heaven Foundation or Paramount Foundation establishment stage, you're just one person, said the person from before. If we attack together, we can beat him down in 2 or 3 moves. Many people nodded. Ling Han had too many treasures on him, enough to make people's eyes go red. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, All right, how many people want a share of my treasures? Please stand to the left. I'll count the number of people and see how many treasures each person can get. So cowardly. That made sense. This guy was all alone, so how could he fight against so many people? Many people walked out, laughing and joking. If they could get something just by walking a few steps, why not? Ling Han took a look. There were about 35 people. That's all? He was a bit disappointed. There were more than 100 people here. Less nonsense, hand over the treasures, someone shouted. Ling Han laughed. I've changed my mind. Since there's only so few people, why don't I knock you all down and rob you clean? The people on the left looked at each other and burst into laughter. There were more than 30 of them, and most of them were in the Heaven Foundation establishment stage. Where did his courage come from? I'll say this first, don't run. Ling Han smiled and charged at them. Activating so near, yet worlds apart, his speed was extremely fast. Peng, he had already crashed into a person and sent that person flying, crashing into another person at the side. The person next to him wasn't on guard. He saw a dark figure crash into him and instinctively swung his palm. He only reacted when his palm hit the person's body, but it was already too late to stop. Paw, blood and flesh could be seen. The person's head had actually exploded. "You killed someone," Ling Han said to the person who attacked. "No, I didn't do it on purpose." The man was still a little confused and said subconsciously. "Sigh, my condolences," Ling Han continued. That person was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He pointed at Ling Han and said, "It's you. You're the one who knocked him over." "I was the one who knocked him over, but you were the one who killed him." Ling Han nodded. "Everyone, please be the judge." "Humph, what a glib tongue. Everyone, let's attack together." The people around him weren't fooled, and they all charged forward to attack Ling Han. Ling Han merely smiled as he activated his baleful aura attack. Wang! It surged towards everyone. This was the most powerful weapon in a group battle. With a single charge, everyone was hit, and their attacks instantly became chaotic. Ling Han laughed heartily and charged towards one of them. The 18 claws of the golden eagle spread out. He was like an ancient bird king, about to hunt the world. That person hurriedly parried the attack, and the others immediately came to their senses and attacked Ling Han. Ling Han pretended he didn't know and continued to attack his opponent. Was he seeking his own death? Over 30 Foundation Establishment Realm martial artists attacked together. Let alone Heaven Foundation Establishment Realm martial artists, even Extreme Foundation Establishment Realm martial artists would have to flee. Bang! 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 Ling Han's fist collided with that person, but his back was attacked by over 30 people at the same time. Instantly, there was an explosion of light and runic symbols. But it was useless. When the light dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Ling Han didn't even fall down. He continued to stare at his opponent and attack wildly. How was this possible? Was his defense even stronger than a cast tripod realm martial artist? You guys look. Someone pointed at Ling Han with an unknown expression. Everyone stared at Ling Han and couldn't help but grimace. This guy is actually wearing so many armors. Damn, no wonder we couldn't break through. There are more than a dozen layers. They were all speechless. Ling Han was wearing more than a dozen battle armors. These were immortal artifacts, and they could naturally change their sizes. They might not be as big as planets or as small as pendants like the Mother Gold, but it wasn't a problem for them to change their sizes by more than a dozen times. Ling Han was wearing more than a dozen layers of armor. How terrifying was his defense? High-grade energy couldn't penetrate so many layers of armor. Use the power of vibration. Someone shouted. That's right. The armor can only defend against high-grade energy and piercing attacks. As long as we use the vibration attack, we can still transmit the power to his body. Kill. These people once again charged over, and began to attack Ling Han. Ling Han only stared at one person and attacked. That person was at the Heaven Foundation Establishment Realm, so how could he resist Ling Han? In just 2 or 3 attacks, he was beaten down by Ling Han. Who is the third? He stared at another person and attacked aggressively. This was still a Heaven Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. How could he be a match for Ling Han? After a few moves, he was also beaten down by Ling Han. Why is this guy still standing? Seeing that 3 people had fallen on their side, but Ling Han was still alive and kicking, everyone couldn't accept it. Even if you wore more than a dozen layers of armor, your defense couldn't be unbreakable. It wasn't like a dozen Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were working together to protect you. But what they didn't know was that Ling Han had cultivated the mortal realm to perfection. His defense was far stronger than ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, and with the addition of the starlight screen, his defense had reached an unimaginable level. Bang, bang, bang. People kept falling. 5, 10, 15, 20. At this moment, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Was this a myth? One person had to complete the impossible task of defeating more than 30 people of the same level? Without any suspense, the remaining dozen people soon fell down. As Ling Han searched their bodies for treasures, he asked the remaining people, "Are you guys really not planning to make a move?" He was a very principled person. If others didn't attack him, then he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. "You're very arrogant," said a young Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. "But you're also very strong." Ling Han sighed. If no one attacked, he wouldn't be able to rob more people. After plundering everything, he was a little worried. Although the space artifacts were small, they would still take up space if there were too many of them. Space artifacts could not contain space artifacts, and there would only be one result if they were forcefully squeezed. One or both of them would break. He put all these spatial artifacts into a bag and carried them on his back. Wearing more than a dozen pieces of armor and carrying a bulging bag, Ling Han really looked like a thief. He couldn't help but feel depressed, but he couldn't just throw away the spatial artifacts, right? These things could be sold for at least 1 Dao stone, and some of them had especially large spaces, so they were quite valuable. Who would dare say that? Ling Han went into the water and tested the temperature. It was cold to the bone, but after Ling Han opened the starlight screen, he could completely resist this low temperature. Chapter 3688. Ling Han circled the lake again, but there weren't many silver arowanas left. There were no more than 10 of them. Forget it. I'll just let them rest and reproduce here. He floated up, and with a splash, he rushed out of the water. What a big fish! A person was by the lake, and he let out a cry of surprise. He never would have thought that such a big silver arowana would jump out. What a big splash! Was that the silver arowana king? He immediately prepared to attack. He was going to use his mystic power to entangle this fish king and drag it to the shore. Boom! The mystic power was like silk, coiling around Ling Han. Of course, Ling Han didn't know that he had been mistaken for a silver arowana, and a fish king at that. He only knew that someone was attacking him, but their goal wasn't to kill him. Instead, they just wanted to capture him. Who was so daring? Ling Han humphed, and waved his fist in return. What the hell? That person's eyes were wide open. Now, he could clearly see that it wasn't a fish king that had jumped out of the lake, but a person. He had just arrived not long ago, and naturally hadn't seen Ling Han jump into the water. How could he have expected that someone would suddenly jump out? Water ghost. He definitely didn't believe that it was a person, because he knew how cold the lake was. No one could last more than 5 minutes. He had been here for at least an hour, and during that time, no one had dived into the water. At most, they had tested the water temperature. Therefore, if someone had jumped out of the lake, it had to be a water ghost. Bang! Ling Han punched out, destroying the opponent's power. The remaining force didn't dissipate, and it sent the opponent flying. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent only wanted to capture him and not kill him, Ling Han wouldn't have shown any mercy. Thinking about it, he realized that the opponent had mistaken him for a giant silver arowana. Ah! Damn! After seeing Ling Han clearly, the people by the lake all let out cries of surprise. They were all people who had seen Ling Han jump into the water. He's out. Heavens! How long has it been? Almost a day. Are you a freak? You can actually stay at the bottom of such a cold lake for almost a day. Are you a silver arowana that can naturally resist the cold? Shio, someone jumped over. It was a tall and slender young man. He swept a glance at Ling Han, and said, "Why were you able to stay in the lake for so long?" "Do I know you?" Ling Han asked. The young man was stunned and said subconsciously, "How are you worthy of knowing me? Motherfucker, can't you talk?" "Since I don't even know who you are, why should I answer you? Ling Han retorted. The young man flew into a rage. Because I am Yu Haoming. Never heard of it. Ling Han waved his hand disdainfully. Humph, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated so many people, said Yu Haoming coldly. In my opinion, your strength is only a so-so. He was a Paramount Foundation establishment genius, so he naturally believed that in this secret realm, there were at most people who could contend against him. Ling Han broke into a grin, and he charged towards Yu Haoming. His murderous aura shot out, and Yu Haoming could not help but let out a muffled groan. He felt a piercing pain in his mind, and also an indescribable sense of fear. He couldn't help but be shocked. Without facing it personally, no one could imagine the power of a baleful aura attack. His strength was actually not inferior to Ling Han's. In terms of raw power alone, he was actually much stronger. But now that he had lost the initiative, he was forced into a passive position. He had no choice but to first parry Ling Han's attack. Ling Han let out a long howl and punched out with both fists. He had already used the demon monkey fist, and the power of 108 overlapping attacks were unleashed. This was too terrifying. So what if Yu Haoming was a one-star Paramount Foundation establishment genius? He had no power to fight back at all. He had just caught his breath and was about to attack when he was blasted by a baleful aura attack. His mind went blank for a moment, and he could only passively defend. In less than 100 moves, Yu Haoming had been blasted to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions were solemn. Even though Ling Han had previously defeated 35 Paramount Foundation establishment cultivators with his own power, not a single one of them was a Paramount Foundation establishment cultivator. Though everyone acknowledged Ling Han's strength, they didn't think that they would lose to Ling Han. Because a large part of the reason was that Ling Han had worn more than 10 layers of armor, which was extremely useful when fighting against low-level cultivators. But now, Ling Han had completely used a violent attack to defeat Yu Haoming, displaying his terrifying strength. This person was terrifying. Ling Han smiled and looted Yu Haoming clean. You know that I'm short of money, so you took the initiative to give me treasures. Niu Jianhua, thank you. You. Yu Haoming stared at Ling Han. Niu Jianhua, he remembered this name. He had actually robbed him until he was only left with a pair of underpants. In the future, he would definitely take revenge, definitely. Ling Han naturally wouldn't care. Go and take revenge on Niu Jianhua, young man. He swaggered off. Since he had already caught all the silver arowanas and obtained the key, what was the point of staying here? Soon, he arrived in front of the door that those people had mentioned before. This door was built in the middle of a canyon, blocking the way forward. The door was completely black and looked like it was made of metal. He could see that the light of lightning was flashing on the door. This door couldn't be touched. Once it was touched, it would be electrocuted. Ling Han took out the key and shot it into the keyhole. With a sharp sound, the key entered the keyhole. He then used his telekinesis to control the key, and it started to turn. Click. A crisp sound was heard. The door didn't open, but the light of lightning on it disappeared. Ling Han pressed his hands on the door, a smile on his face. He didn't feel anything at all. He pushed hard. Crack, crack, crack. The door slowly opened. He left. He strode forward, passed through the door, and continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of the canyon. A new snowy peak appeared in front of him. After a few leaps, Ling Han arrived at the foot of the mountain. He was just about to climb up when he saw that there were people fighting fiercely not far away. Both of them were wearing armor, and their battle was incredibly intense. Ah! Ling Han recognized them. They were actually Princess Biyao and Niu Jianhua. Ling Han could imagine that both of them had come to the Golden Origin Holy Land, but it was such a coincidence that they had run into each other. Princess Biyao was wearing his armor, so Niu Jianhua naturally recognized her. Thus, he would definitely go up to her and ask her about it. The problem was, where did this guy get his armor? With a single glance, Ling Han had an intuitive understanding of their battle prowess. They were both at the peak of the human foundation establishment realm, and they were both one-star geniuses. With the help of their armor, they could barely reach the battle prowess of 1 or 2 stars. However, Niu Jianhua's armor was clearly a bit weaker. That was normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't only have 2 sets of armor. This one had probably been worn by those old servants. Great thief, I'll deal with you. Ling Han let out a long roar and jumped out. Chapter 3689. What was going on? Princess Biyao and Niu Jianhua looked at Ling Han at the same time. It's you. Niu Jianhua immediately gnashed his teeth. He hated Ling Han to the core, and recognized Ling Han with a single glance. That was because Ling Han was wearing his armor. In order to attract hatred for Niu Jianhua, Ling Han had worn his armor on the outermost layer. Princess Biyao was stunned at first, but then she revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She was confident in Ling Han's talent, but there was always the possibility of an accident. It was only now that she had seen Ling Han that her heart finally calmed down. Why did she recognize Ling Han? He was wearing a mask. Princess Biyao was a little stunned. She was so familiar with Ling Han that she didn't need to see his face to recognize him. Ling Han looked at Niu Jianhua with killing intent in his eyes. Niu Jianhua had brought a few old servants to ambush him in the primordial sect, and he had almost died in his hands. Of course he had to take revenge. It's you, and you're that great thief. Niu Jianhua's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately reacted when he saw Ling Han wearing more than 10 pieces of armor. Ling Han smiled slightly. You're wrong. You're the great thief. You dare to frame me? Niu Jianhua was quite smart. Smart. Ling Han gave him a thumbs up and generously gave him a like. You deserve to die. Niu Jianhua was furious. This person was too despicable. He had actually pretended to be him to rob and smeared his reputation. He roared and no longer paid attention to Princess Biyao, charging towards Ling Han. Don't go. Princess Biyao hurriedly chased after him. Although Ling Han had now advanced into the foundation building tier, compared to them, who had come to the Holy Land long ago, after a year of bitter cultivation, their cultivation had advanced rapidly. For example, she and Niu Jianhua had both reached the peak stage of foundation building. What about Ling Han? Without such good conditions, he should still be at the early foundation establishment stage. She was naturally worried that Ling Han wasn't his match and would be injured by Niu Jianhua. Bang bang bang, the two of them fought along the way. Although Niu Jianhua could not shake off Princess Biyao could not block Niu Jianhua's way. Hurry up and leave. Princess Biyao used her divine sense to tell Ling Han. Why was this fellow still standing there? Ling Han chuckled. It's fine. Leave this scum to me. How dare you call me a scum? Niu Jianhua roared in anger. No matter who you are, I'll make sure you die today. Ling Han smiled, and flicked a finger at Niu Jianhua. Shio, a blast of energy struck out. It was precisely the immortal conquering finger. This was a very ordinary celestial art, but when it was used by Ling Han and received by Niu Jianhua, it was completely different. For example, if a saint attacked, even if he didn't use an immortal technique, his attack could still destroy a planet. Niu Jianhua couldn't dodge it at all. With a puff, the force hit his chest. A terrifying force surged, and his whole body was sent flying. Peng! Niu Jianhua fell heavily to the ground, his face full of confusion. He, actually, couldn't block Ling Han's finger. How was this possible? He looked down, and saw a dent on the armor, which was now slowly recovering. He was dumbstruck. The power of Ling Han's finger actually caused the armor to cave in. How terrifying was this power? If it weren't for the protection of this armor, wouldn't he have been insta-killed in a single strike? What kind of terrifying monster was this? When he broke through to the celestial path, Ling Han was definitely still in the mortal realm, and hadn't even reached the mystery-seeking realm. How could he have such battle prowess now? He crawled to his feet, and felt an extreme pain in his chest. Even if the battle armor had dissipated most of the might of Ling Han's finger, there was still a portion that had affected his body. It was as if all his bones had been broken. The difference in strength was really as wide as the sky. Niu Jianhua didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately turned and ran. Pain, pain, pain. As he ran, he staggered and almost fell. The bones in his chest really seemed to be broken, and it hurt when he moved. But in order to survive, he forced himself to endure and continued running. Princess Biyao was also stunned. She knew that Ling Han was a monster, but she didn't think that Ling Han would have any terrifying battle prowess after entering the celestial path. After all, on the celestial path, the gap between geniuses had actually narrowed a lot, and realms were the true path. However, Ling Han had subverted her understanding. Precisely because of this, she only reacted after Niu Jianhua had run far away. She couldn't let him escape, or else he would invite a spirit transformation realm cultivator. That wouldn't be a joke. Ling Han, go after him, she shouted, and also began to chase. Ling Han smiled. There's no rush. He walked leisurely, neither hurried nor slow. Princess Biyao couldn't help but be speechless. Why are you still pretending at this time? Quickly take care of the future trouble. Niu Jianhua also saw this, and he couldn't help but sneer. If he could escape this time, he would immediately think of a way to return to the mother planet, and then invite an expert to kill Ling Han. It was enough to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, and there was no need to alarm the old man. Bang! However, before he finished thinking, he felt his body tremble, and then he flew up, heavily crashing into a large tree. He fell down, and his whole body seemed to have fallen apart. He didn't have any strength at all. What's going on? He was shocked to find that Ling Han was standing beside him. Hiss, when did he catch up? How did he catch up? Impossible. Xiao, at this time, Princess Biyao arrived gracefully, her face full of shock, because she had seen very clearly just now that Ling Han had caught up with Niu Jianhua at an indescribable speed, and then sent him flying. This terrifying speed, this terrifying strength. Ling Han smiled, and said to Princess Biyao, I already said there's no rush, right? Yes, you're awesome, of course you're right. In any case, Princess Biyao couldn't say anything, only deep shock. Ling Han robbed Niu Jianhua again, but this guy was really very poor now. Apart from the armor on his body, there was nothing else of value. Niu Jianhua, on the other hand, wanted to die from grief and indignation. Second time, this was already the second time. Ling Han smiled, and comforted him, don't worry, there won't be a third time. Niu Jianhua's heart was full of killing intent. He said to himself, of course there won't be a third time, because he would invite an expert to kill Ling Han at any cost. Because you're about to die, Ling Han said seriously. What? Niu Jianhua was stunned. The word death seemed to be thousands of miles away from him. He was too young, and the day his lifespan would run out was still far in the foreseeable future. Moreover, he was the descendant of a spirit transformation almighty, so who would dare to kill him? But now, when he saw Ling Han's cold, murderous expression, he knew that Ling Han was definitely not trying to scare him. Don't. He opened his mouth to shout, but before he could finish, Ling Han had already struck out with a palm. Destructive energy boiled, and instantly turned him into nothingness. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.